Demon Hunter and other matchups. And then Autumn Leaves, you know, it's weird in sort of the mid game. Those camps in the middle can be hard to contest, and also the expansions can be very easy to take at times. So I think that makes sense, but the map pool good for both races, so I really don't think we're going to have it.
Time for us to get our official predictions in for our first semi-finals. I guess I'll kick things off.
Сегодня финальный
I
день.
think the Russian War Machine is going to get the job done. 3-2
Чат
over
проверить.
the undisputed gold. But I think it's going to be one hell of a series. And obviously if Moon wins, I'll be more than happy for him because it's so impressive what he has been doing in Warcraft for the last 20 years, give or take. It's honestly ridiculous. Carson, what do you think it's going to be?
Oh man, I gotta say, I think it's going to be 3-1 for Happy.
Okay.
Happy против Муна.
I'm really torn about this one. This is like a coin flip for me. I really wish they could both win, but unfortunately, you know, it can't go this way. I'm leaning towards Moon with a 3-2. I feel like he's extremely prepared, and like I said, like his keyboard was about to catch on fire. It must be made from special fabric or something, you know, like what they take into space.
Yo, and one last question as well. Like, obviously, Moon has a ridiculous amount of experience. Happy is an experienced player, and he did win that big tournament over in China, where he beat Moon as well. Do you think that he's feeling the pressure of this moment a little bit?
Usually not. I think he's very good at handling the pressure, but that, I mean, when have they ever played for a 50 grand first place finish? Obviously, it's still just the semifinals, but that will be on the line after, and I think whoever wins this semi might be favored to win the whole thing, perhaps, so...
Definitely.
I don't think they will get nervous, but, you know, every time I say that, like, I talk to the players later on, they're like, I was really nervous. Like, I understood how important this was, so...
Yeah.
All right, Carson, my final question for you then. What do you think the people at home voted for?
Oh, it's going to be so even, although I think there may be a few more fans for Moon. 60-40 Moon, let's say.
All right, Carson thinks it's 60-40 Moon. I have absolutely no idea what you guys settled for. Let's go ahead. Wow, 70% in favor of
All
Happy.
right.
Turns out if you absolutely dominate the European region, you get a lot of fanboys bandwagoning, believing that you're going to get the job done in the biggest moment of your Warcraft 3 career. We can't wait over here. I know the players can't wait to start. The casters can't wait to take it away. So the Back to Warcraft boys, have fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final chapter of the trilogy. That is Moon versus Happy. They faced each other twice at WGL Shanghai. It was the big grand final that Happy took 3-1, and then half a year later, Happy destroyed him 2-0. Moon is out for revenge in the grand final.
Yeah, these two amazing players, now they're gonna come clash again. Everyone knows how amazing Happy is in this matchup. Moon, though, he may be the best prepared.
In the upper left-hand side of Echo Isles, we have the most dominant force in Warcraft 3 in the past 5 years from Russia. We have a rehost. What a great start. But man, this is such a great story because Moon, obviously the greatest of all time, synonymous with the game, like Boxer is for StarCraft or Flash is for StarCraft. When you think Warcraft, you think Moon.
Yeah, absolutely. Has been in this game for so long, has won it all, has made so many fans. Absolutely the biggest legend, the GOAT of Warcraft.
Да, уже потихоньку начинается. Они карты сейчас черкали.
But here at DreamHack, the one land we had almost 2 years ago, and I mean, went to Moon, and in what fashion it was indeed. Happy back then looked good already, but I think not quite on the same level that we saw here already.
Exactly. The hyperbolic time chamber of Happy in this very matchup with all the grand finals versus
Moon против Happy. Первая игра, потом играют, получается, Hitman против Лавлета и двое победителей в финале. Ну еще будет, получается, четвертая игра, это за третье место.
All the seasons and of course the regionals in March.
В первом матче я за Happy, во втором за Hitman. Как орк.
Wasn't able to do that.
Yeah, he's had a decent run for sure. He was also high up in the EPT standings. Third behind Hitman, of course, who got all the points from America. But yeah, Happy, it seems like wherever he enters, he wins. First place, time after time. Moon also in good shape here in this tournament. For Happy, everybody says he never has a bad day. That was certainly the case here. We're here, of course, on day 4 of the DreamHack WC3 Championships. Not dropping a single map so far, Happy. Arguably meeting what people expect to be his hardest opponent, focused on in a best of 5 yesterday in the quarterfinals. 3-0 destroyed him. Focus certainly not having the very best day, but Happy also showing what the race is capable of in that matchup, where the matchup is supposed to be a bit tough. for
знаешь,
the
как
Undeads. Here now, in Night Elf versus Undead, it's supposed to be very even, and Happy has been having great practice. Against Fogger, of course. They've both gotten so good against each other. Moon, can he keep up? We shall see.
Well, he has this encounter in the matchup in Asia as well. He's facing 1-0 quite a few times. There have been grand finals between them. More of a 50-50 affair than...
Не, я думаю, Хитман все-таки составит ему конкурентную. Да и Мун может, в принципе, вынести. Ну, Мун нестабильный игрок, он может как и высокий уровень показать, так и всякие там ошибки. Так, по умолчанию сравниваем.
And I think what the desk said also does make sense. The winner here should be considered the favorite going into that grand final, but that's not where you want to have your head at right now. You need to focus on this game.
Скорее всего, из-за разрешения.
I think at this point it's more
Вот мне не
fair to
нравится
say the best
то,
Night
что
Elf
вот это вот
and the best
черное.
Undead of all time facing.
Absolutely, I agree with that. And the reason this match is happening in the semi-final, by the way,
К
is
сожалению,
because
ничего
of
сделать я
Moon.
пока не
Happy
могу.
obviously dominating Europe, and Moon in the summer and fall season was dominating Asia. He was leading by a lot of points there, but then in winter, you know, he slipped a little. Was eliminated in the group stage, and that got him down to the third place in the EPT points, and of course 1 and 2 can't face each other in the semi-final, so that second place went to Hitman. Moon is not allowed to slip here at all.
Yeah. And normally he keeps his nerves well together. Some players do struggle
Мне надо
under
разрешение
pressure.
доменять именно на вывод.
Especially with Focus, who's unfortunately sort of known for that. But Moon, he has been everywhere, he has done it all, and normally he performs very well. We have heard from him himself in interviews, sometimes he does feel the nerves. This cannot be one.
Все, пошла игра. Давай, подключаемся.
Sure.
Ладно, пока так.
Right hand side, the number 1 in all-time earnings in Warcraft 3, the 5th race, the GOAT.
Может быть, качество, да, повыше поставить, попробовать, давай, 1080.
And the top left, in the yellow, the European dominator, the Emperor, is happy.
В смысле, какие... Что это вообще? Почему здесь Архимаг? Почему здесь Орк?
For the grand final at DreamHack. What a match, two absolute legends. Moon, I had a bit of a feeling in the past couple of months and 1.5 years. Does he have grand final anxiety? Because yes, of course, he's won so many titles, 58 major.
Я тоже вижу Форсира, вижу Архимага.
But it's been a while
Биста.
since he got that big title. That was next summer.
Ты два уже пишешь. Что за бред? Грейды какие-то.
Even when he had a 2-0 lead in a
зависло у них, походу, с прошлой игры. Это кто играл? По-моему, этот играл. Хитман против Сока, вот их игра. Так, меня соколит сразу. А смотри, ДК прибежал сюда, не крипится. Зачем? Так, Виспа контролит. Можно было взорвать. Сковано слишком. Агрессивно Хэппи начинает. Я не пойму, ни грейдов, ничего нету. И как смотреть? Может быть, им в чат кто-то напишет, что здесь у них зависло. Это вартрей-бустер, скорее всего, завис.
Most recently, Happy started doing DK harass while creeping with ghouls simultaneously with backpack to pick up the items, and it's very effective if you have the
Ну да, Хэппи потихоньку гулями крепится, артефакт только потом забрать. А как бы можно сейчас козлом персоналочку сделать, забрать артефакт, не знаю, Мун догадается, нет? Думаю, оно стоит того в начале игры артефакт своровать. Ну, да, у них лучше, смотри, взрывать там 4 скелета. Нет, он арчами отбивается, не тратит респов. Я не пойму, грейд у Муна на тир 2 есть? Так, я поставил 1080, а по потерям... А, вообще отлично. Замечательно. Так, пришел, увидел, он, наверное, хотел посмотреть, есть ли второй склеп. Пока гули.
It's very, very dangerous when the keeper runs in, especially with the staff, takes out an acolyte.
Там, значит,
Those
Т1.
cannot be lost during the tech. Well, of course, they can be lost. It would be
Ну
very,
или
very
Т2 нажал,
expensive
потом
to do
Эксон
so,
построил.
because then they're going to lose 20%,
Так,
40%,
крепит
maybe even
рудник, Хэппи
60%
далеко, как бы
income, and that
не
easily
успеет уже
can
сюда
lead
прибежать.
to a defeat. Which actually we saw in DreamHack Winter when Happy was playing against the
Когти.
German Night of Players Spiral.
Перчатки
The
когти.
theory still
Хорошо.
went to Happy, but we saw easily a map can be lost. So Happy needs to be on point, as always. In many matchups, the keeper can be terrifying to play against. You're not allowed to
Смотри,
see
артефакт он вверху не забрал, где у него гули закрепили.
is tiny, but that might not be a problem for Happy.
Побежал козел,
We have still yet
2,5.
to see one single big mistake by Happy in this tournament.
Yeah, in this tournament and also in the past weeks, I guess. He's looking incredible. 150.
Я вообще, когда зашел, думал, Мун, получается, играет орками, Хэппи играет хумами. Думаю, что? Хороший артефакт, потом лечу передать.
Moon is ready for the big one in the north. The
Плюс
one
ХП как бы.
big consumable here. Happy loves the big consumables, oftentimes snipes them.
Забирает
so
центр
his
с бараком.
opponents learn to
4 арчи.
snipe them a bit earlier, to
Третий
take
уровень,
it away
здесь
from
тоже
him, to
артефакт
reduce the chances
зарядный
of
выпадает.
giving Happy a big mana potion,
Какой-нибудь
which
ХП.
is just a weapon of mass destruction in his hands.
Да, вот, отличный артефакт, если будет Demon Hunter
The big
2.
heal potion, I think, also the best item.
Yes.
Right? Whatever second hero he's going to choose, which most likely
Так,
is going
здесь
to be
второй
Demon.
койл есть.
Although lately also we've seen some Panda. This survivability is going to be
Жалко,
very, very
когти
valuable.
выпали,
So
было
good
бы
early game,
отлично.
good creeping, good item so
Или
far from Moon.
перчатки, или
But the
цирклетка.
expansion timing not super fast.
Любой артефакт, кроме кольца, мне
This,
кажется, нормально.
This is where I wonder how does Moon play differently
минус
from
гуля, там вторые
Foggy,
корни.
because of course Happy knows
Колечко.
everything
Неприятно.
about
Но
Foggy.
зато
And
танк
Foggy
будет.
knows everything about Moon, but in this matchup they played this a little differently. We've also seen Moon with Huntress openings, with mass air, something that Foggy completely refrains from doing, and that could catch Happy, I don't want to say by surprise, but you know, the rhythm isn't there as much.
Грамотно Хэппи делает разведку. О, не знаю, видел, нет? Прям сдох скелет.
But waddling over, this will still take some time.
Там Demon Hunter
and
тоже
it is
кого-то
the Demon Hunter. I
наказал.
like that a lot.
Экспа у
We've
него
seen a
есть
lot of
немножко.
panda experiments in the past few days, but it seems like against Happy, especially, you need the mana burn. You have to take the coil in the Nova away.
Yeah. Against most other undeads, throw out a couple of breaths of fire, you're gonna
Показал,
come out
зачем
on
подвел.
top, you can out-micro them, maybe, but against Happy, you cannot allow him to just freely operate at
что
his
выпало, что
will.
выпало.
Especially if you're Night of Wait, you can prevent it. So the Demon Hunter needs to come in, start burning, and control these undead heroes. This is a big reason why Echo Isles tends to be one of the weaker maps for Happy. He's always gonna rely on the late game. Always on his heroes.
Выход в
Wants to
Дриад
creep
будет,
a lot,
наверное.
have strong
Так,
heroes, and then have the
как Foggy играл против
unmatched
Хэппи.
late game control, the best in the world, the best of all time. That might be the reason why he sometimes struggles with Orc, because Orcs tend to have sometimes the lead in the ultra late game, but that's not very relevant.
Кринжик небольшой.
Here, certainly, if we go super, super late, Happy should have the advantage, because yes,
Так,
the Demon Hunter is
минус
strong, but this Keeper will fall off more and more.
Попытался
throughout the
добить
course
Мун.
of the game.
По-моему, не успел.
Archer down already. Exactly, he will carry an orb. Of course, he can go, especially in the hands of Moon. Always for some split pushes, tree into terraces. These little fighting
Козел гонит
can
андеда.
be very powerful if no destroyer is around.
Demon Hunter
But
продолжает крепиться.
especially here on Echo Isles, it's a very
Блин, как плохо, они до сих пор не
limited
заметили
map,
то,
I would
что у
say.
них
Yes, Remo, I give you
вартри
that.
бустер
Not too much
завис.
experience on the map, only
Видимо, с
one.
прошлой игры.
And
Надо его
the one
перезапустить.
shot in the middle will be
Ой,
heavily
они об этом
contested.
не
This
знают.
matchup
Так, Demon
revolves
Hunter
so
там
much around invul
скоро будет
potions,
третий.
around heal scrolls. Of course, Happy can get
Еще
them from his
зелененькую
own
забрать,
shop.
и внизу
But
зелененькую.
Moon can't.
Можно
The
третий
Nova will
набрать.
hit the bears, and then you need to have that heal
Ну, Хэппи навряд ли
scroll.
будет строить
And it- but
экспанд. Это будет,
especially
наверное,
invul
какой-то
potions,
пуш
man,
после
that can make or break your game.
Т3. Скорее всего, с
As we
арбой.
saw
Там
the plenty
третий
of
герой,
times
не знаю,
already.
будет, нет.
Yesterday, in fact,
Ну,
out of
обычно он
nowhere,
третьего
Happy
героя не
suddenly
берет
started
такового.
hero focusing, something he
Нагу.
never ever does, and against Focus that worked so well. Of course, excellent control, but also
Только Нагу,
sharp
если
control by
Дарка,
Happy there, making sure he
такой
got the
себе.
invulns like he did here. With the Demon Hunter, you
Как бы
really want to
тяжело,
have level 3, of
потому
course,
что
quickly,
дестройеры
and
появляются
also
только
stat
на
boost
поздней
the
стадии
items
игры,
to
ну,
increase
после
his
Т3.
survivability.
А
And he
корни
got
больше контрить
He's got the
нечем.
carry up, he's got the heal pod.
Можно
So maybe
потерять
even
всех
without an
финдов.
immo potion, he can manage to take a decent fight.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that hero focus by Happy because
подвисание неприятное.
everybody calls him a robot. A
Скорее
lot of
всего,
people
меня.
say he's always playing the same, which couldn't be further away from the truth. I remember one DreamHack season where it was especially about the Undead Mirror, and we all thought, okay, Happy, he's gonna be playing his DK, his
Так.
Fiends, his Statues, his Destroyers. And
Lich.
all of a sudden, he played
Да,
the
Декун
Crypt Lord,
нужно
surprised us all.
отвести.
He played the Lich first, surprised us
Увидел
all.
виспа,
Happy is able
закоил.
to flip a switch from one map to the
Так,
other and
мудрости.
completely
Плюс
change his game. And
2
Moon has to be
к
ready for
атаке
that.
получается. Колечко не
Aggressive play
передал.
with a push or expansion. and trying to go two base. We've seen both attempts by Happy before, and it's hard to tell what he's going to be doing. In the different DreamHack seasons against Foggy,
Опа, все,
he
амулет
completely
энергии.
flipped
Ну, в
around
принципе,
time and time again. Sometimes we play really passively,
лучше
even go
что-нибудь на
into
ХП
gargoyles,
выпало.
even go into 100 supply, even go
Амулет
into
энергии,
3
он
base. The
не
next game
такой
he would go
топовый,
for a
а
push,
если по
so
Undead'у
it's
выпал,
really
да.
hard to predict what's going on
Жестко
and
было.
to properly adjust. There was this short meta between Foggy and Happy where they would always go passive
Что здесь выпадет?
and play late game, 3 base, 2 base, whatever. And Foggy would greed it up like
Там, по-моему,
crazy.
амулет
Would go for the
промахов.
early shredder, go for like
Выпал.
mass upgrades, stay on 50 supply forever because he knew Happy was going to play
Ни
more
лимита не
passively.
видно,
But nowadays you
ничего.
can't really see. You can't really tell too early what Happy's going to do. Here now, we know. Now, Moon knows. The question is, how is he going to adjust? He can try to break it with a big Dryad army, but if he overextends, loses too many Dryads,
Надеюсь, они это увидят хотя бы на второй игре.
taking the lead in this game.
Exactly. Oh, baby. Oh, here we go. Hero focus.
Так, начался замес на центре, сразу же Кипер пол хп теряет. Хэп старается по дрядам работать. Вот это, кстати, может зарешать игру. Там у козла был ТП, скорее всего. Я не уверен.
Just seems to be going in Happy's favor. He's slaughtering one Dryad after the next. Moon is not
Нет, здесь много
ready
теряет.
for this force majeure.
Скорее всего, Муна здесь продавит.
Вероятнее
всего, это уже просто 1-0. Просветки нету, все. Не-не-не, ты уже не остановишь Undead'а. 4-3 героя.
His DPS without orb, it's really limited. It's not scary. Frost Armor can help against that. Might get dispelled if Dryads are close by, but if they're close by, they die. It's the first rhyme of the day. I hope I'm going to have more of those. And we're going to get a quick replay as well.
Coil Nova раз.
That almost seemed too easy.
Moon must have been somewhere else. This is the biggest possible catastrophe for the first fight. And what does that tell you for the rest of the series? Nothing good if you're a Moon fan.
В алтаре восстанавливает.
In their series oftentimes makes one mistake and that's it.
Я ничего не вижу, ни ресурсов, ни лимит. Скорее всего, 50 на 50. Так, просветку купил. Поздно купил. Был возле магазина и не взял просветку. По грейдам тоже непонятно. Там Лич плюс 9. 825 хп, кстати, неплохо.
And these top players, of course, they know the cooldowns of the spells by heart.
Хэппи строит экспанд. Я только сейчас заметил. Интересно. То есть он не хочет продавливать. Нырубка стоит. Да, он хотел вернуться, передумал, как бы там Нырубка спокойно отобьется. И грамотно Мун дряд оставляет.
He's not giving up his game, that's for sure. He finds ways out of matches where nobody else is able to see them, and he's trying to. He's harassing the bottom left-hand side expansion. He's also positioning his Dryads in between the two bases to catch reinforcements. But there's no defense for his expansion at the moment. And Happy just knocking on his door.
Так, делается персоналка. Ой, Арчу теряет. Не успел как кинуть койл, прям уже замахивался. Так, дряды сзади. По-моему, сейчас Хэппи тупо в экспанд. Да-да-да. Да, можно разменять даже спокойно размениваем одного финда. Давай. Двух финдов. Да ладно. Третьего финда сейчас потеряет. Но все-таки экспанда нет у Муна, но он потерял 3 финдов на этом. И не факт, что он сейчас может отбиться у себя под нырубкой. Нужно ставить еще зиккурат. Еще нужно зиккурат на базе ставить. Ну, да, поставил. Молодец.
And again, the big match anxiety for Moon showing
он добавляет каты против, ну, в принципе, логичное решение. Нормально уже дряд, там уже может больше 50 лимита, мне кажется. Так, прям, смотри, Мун прям забегает, оп. Койл Нову сразу же ловит Кипер. Но он его пытается на ТП развести. Почему он ТП не прожимает, я не пойму. Или он здесь до последнего уже хочет сражаться. О, съедает своего финда, смотри, не дает экспы. А там вонючка, смотри, как дриады быстро у них ХП тратится. Так. Надо проходить как-то
It is mission impossible. There's no way. A very limited army. Of course, Moon, we all know he's the master of Dryads. It's unbelievable what he can do with them. But they're still limited in many regards when it comes to straight up fighting. And these heroes for Happy.
Сейчас Койл может словить. Спокойно, Демон
It's hard to level on Equiles.
Не, он не делает монолит.
Parallel for Happy. He's level 5 and 4, looking for the next hero kill. DreamHack just barely surviving.
Прям на грани Мун играет. ГГ, 1-0.
But this game is over. Map 1 in the books. 1-0 for Happy. After Moon makes a few too many mistakes.
As one-sided as it gets. Happy's not making mistakes. He's playing straight up great. And Moon is
Отличная игра, даже от обоих игроков.
Twice. Not great. Not a great start.
Ну блин, ну Мун 2 раза кипера отдал. С ТП.
Easy peasy match 1 for Happy.
И пошел на перекур.
Looking at Moon, what's going through his head? Was it all just a problem with that first hero loss? On this level of play, when the competition is so fierce and everything matters so much? Yeah, this is of course the
Опять этот момент показывает.
Nova, keeper, of course, a squishy hero. And he must know the next Nova is coming in. The heroes are close by. And there it is, and it just lets him fall. I feel like maybe it was that.
Да, он здесь 3 финда потерял.
On the wrong button. Seems like that's the only reasonable explanation. And of course, a player like Happy, after that exchange, gonna leave you no chance.
No, not at all. Not even Moon can find a way here. Maybe on bigger maps where you can avoid your opponent. But on Equiles, it's do or die.
Пропил бутылку, кинул Койл.
The one shot he got, and that didn't work at all.
Блин, там была секунда, чтобы принять решение, быстро нажать ТП. Не знаю.
Yeah, not what we expected. What's going on with Happy? He's got this
Ну, Мун
terrifying
кран.
aura apparently. A lot of players
А у
are
него часто
crumbling
вот это
around
вот.
him.
Героя там
Moon
отдать
playing good at
с
parts,
ТП,
but
с
also making
ингулом
mistakes,
еще.
just like Focus did yesterday.
Такие моменты, да.
Game 1 is in the books. We're gonna go into a small break and then we'll come back with map 2 in our first season.
Короче, я ставлю то, что будет примерно 3-1, 3-0 или 3-1 в пользу Хэппи. Да, 3-1 Хапачи. Так. Народ уже есть. Ты что, ставишь на Муна? Ой, Койл Нова, имба, да, херокилл. Ну блин, Мун сам виноват. Покупай бутылки тогда, если у тебя просто кипера вначале прям начинает фокусить. Покупай бутылки. Сделай одного медведя для реджуха, да, там за спиной где-нибудь пусть стоит. В принципе. Неужели так дорого это обходится? Хотя у тебя экспанд, я думаю, можно себе позволить сделать одного медведя для реджуха чисто. Хэппи-то вернулся, все. Он, наверное, демку смотрит. Такой, бля, почему я не прожал ТП? Вот я лошара. Так, а вторая карта здесь не пишет, да? Нет. интересная какая-то. Блин, я прям жду игры вот этой Лавлейт против Хитман. Хитман, конечно, вчера показал скилл в первых 2 играх, вообще просто уничтожив Сока. Просто Сок на ровном месте пишет, ГГ выходит, без шансов. Потом уже в 3-й игре что-то началось, может, или Сок построился, или Хитман расслабился, я не помню. Там очень сильно зарешали его, получается, щиты на футменах ранние. И хедхантеры не смогли себя реализовать нормально в начале. Все, поперли, вторая игра начинается. Я слышал, что могут забанить... Блин, я не знаю, меня пока не забанили вчера тоже стримил. Надеюсь, не забанят.
Absolutely right. Here we go. Map number 2. His opponent in the red, the legend, the GOAT, is Moon.
And in the bottom right-hand side, the most dominant force in probably all of esports, this is the Emperor.
В плане аккаунт, что ли, на Твиче забанит? Кстати, во, они сделали, все. У них теперь нормальные иконки показывают.
The question is, does that even help? Or is it just the thoughts going on and on and on in your head that these mistakes, these will haunt you?
Yeah, you must certainly make sure not to dwell on them. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what went wrong on game 1. It was Coil Nova kill on the keeper.
Кого именно их рестримить? Я, например, рестримлю сразу ESL вот это. Ну ты понял, да?
Moon in a long series like this, there should be at least some tricks in
Вот
there.
это
At least one game should be a bit unusual. We saw that before WGL with things like a Panda first. The norm, of course, is keeper expansion, but now Demon Hunter first, and that makes expanding a whole lot more difficult. Is Moon really going to attempt to go into a one-base?
Если даже забанить новый аккаунт создам.
That would be quite something. But I've been waiting for this option on the Night Elf side for quite a long time. Lawlight has been displaying it against Happy in the weekly cup and was very successful with that. But since then, nobody really tried. Foggy was a little stubborn with his keeper, and rightfully so. He played very good games, but especially tailor-made against Happy. These mana burns are the most important thing you have to do. But if you get the Demon Hunter as a second hero, he might be a little fragile, depending on items, of course, but you don't want to depend on item luck. So,
что-то Хэппи опять не устраивает, как всегда. Наверх смотрит, может быть, что-то мешает. А, да, он говорит, показывает, типа, может, в лицо что-то светит.
How this pans out when there's no entangle, no treants, though. You had to make a choice.
Да-да-да, вечно ему что-то не то.
Do something tricky.
Yeah, in the right hands it can still be really good. The Demon Hunter can also be a strong hero. I think very much map reliant. You must make sure the map is fairly easy to creep. You need that fast level 3 and ideally boots to be able to.
Мне кажется, вот Back to Warcraft, они в Америке, ну, вообще всех игроков на англоязычном языке подняли прям хорошо. Вообще, ну, короче, ты понял меня.
This was the standard a long time ago, either Demon Hunter Naga or Demon Hunter Panda, but because you don't have the control of Entangle, because you don't have easy creeping with Treants, because you don't get level 3 too fast, too easily, it's very hard to set up that expo. So normally, if the Undead is super on point, you will not be allowed to get that second base up for a very long time. And that's terrifying against Happy, because almost nobody can manage to keep up one base against Happy.
Я понимаю, что они играют процентов, наверное, 15-20.
One game in the ESL Open Cup, where, by the way, I think he played amazing. I think that was a sick display, showing us something that perhaps Night Elf race in this matchup nowadays is not known for so much excellent control of a small army. You know, we all know the 70 supply, huge army flank coming in from every angle. But on one base, it's going to be a different story. You're going to have to be
значит, ты спокойно на английском говоришь.
Every bit of your micro for the small 50 supply army, at which Lawlight is amazing. And Moon, of course, not bad by any means, but normally he seems to shine with a huge Dryad army. So I wonder how that's going to be looking here. I like the confidence, though, by Moon, seemingly displaying, I'm not afraid to go one base toe-to-toe with you.
Exactly, and to me, it's just a reaction to the hero focus, like Demon Hunter a little tankier than the Keeper, obviously. Also, the second hero is going to grab the Panda, who has, let's say, big bones. He can eat a Coil Nova every now and then.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the old school combo that can be very strong in the late game. Keeper, of course, amazing early on, gets you a nice expansion, but in the late game will be close to useless oftentimes, unless he has an orb, but oftentimes he doesn't. Demon Hunter Panda extremely strong in the late game. You got the mana burn to disable the undead heroes and got great damage from the Panda and a huge tank at the front line. You got a great mischance also with Drunken Haze. Everything comes together very well in the late game.
Что-то там долго, видимо, отключают какие-то лампочки, которые Хэппи светят в лицо.
If there's a ghoul pressure coming, if there's a Naga involved, things can get dicey. So Moon, you know, we oftentimes say against the Keeper, you're not allowed to slip up. With this kind of play, Moon is not allowed to slip up.
Not at all. So, let's go. Round 2, we finally here. I wonder how this pans out. Oh boy.
Давай тогда включим...
Because there's no treant, might be less information for Moon to work with. You don't have that signature scouting unit that a skeleton is for the undead, that a treant is for the
Так, он у меня где-то должен быть.
Has to use the wisps, of course,
Вот он, да? Давай все-таки его будем пристримить.
Попросил свет по всем. Нет, Фоги вчера проиграл, потому что не попросил, чтобы ему монитор включили.
Так.
No hate. Так, стандартный крипинг от хапача, средний кемп под базой.
Да, и в принципе Мун. Хотя не, Мун немножко нестандартно действует. Он не на экспан бежит после зеленой, а на вторую зеленую. Точнее, после желтой на зеленую.
Хэппи не повезло опять с артефактом. Кстати, он качается через пассив вначале.
Да, все правильно. Экономит на манвелах. Мотки пока выпадают у него великолепные. Все для дефи.
Привет, будет ли интрига? Скорее всего, нет. Возможно, во втором
Гарги,
полуфинале,
даже не знаю, будут гарги, нет. Нет, я все-таки включу СЛ. Рискну. Да навряд ли меня спалят, как будто здесь 50 человек сидит. Еще реклама. 6200 человек.
Frequently recently, just any kind of damage item that he can get, he's gonna get. He's the, I don't know, he's visiting this marketplace so many times.
Хотя, возможно, вот я сейчас сижу, думаю, потому что Хэппи все равно гарк использует в некоторых играх. Играет все-таки через них. Хорошо, виспа забрал. Третий Демон Хантер. Хорошие артефакты. Прям отличные.
He is a strong hero when he gets level 3 quickly, like he did, and he gets good stat boosting items. This is what's needed to make the Demon Hunter playable. And honestly, I like Moon's position. He's up in experience a bit, got level 3 versus level 2.7. And Happy's timing may seem a little bit off. There's a Wisp here ready to throw down the Expo. Happy's scouting for it.
Чекнул. Опа, эксп пошел, смотри. Скорее всего, медведи, да, будут с дриадами. Стандарт.
Is a little unfamiliar to Happy. He's facing a lot of wardens, of course, when Sonic is trying to trick him, but...
Ой, монобер на соточку, так неприятно. Чем там была половина. Ой, зря он тратит койл. Арчу-то все равно должен спасти. Эй, не, без лагов. Не, успеет Арча добежать, все. Это плохо так. Эксп. Но зато он на экспанд менял. В принципе, никого не потерял, никого не забрал. Нормально.
Love to send in another mana burn to keep the DK away from the next coil, but mana was very, very low, so maybe not the biggest deal. Expo cancelled, but very early on.
Так,
it's not the
пошла лорниц.
that we've seen.
Вот панда, пожалуйста. Опять хотел экспанд построить, но Хэппи не дает поставить. Он, по крайней мере, тайминг сбивает. Там две лорницы. Кингрейд на тир 2 пока не идет. Ну, дерева не хватает просто на тир 3. С 4 арчами сейчас, может быть, панду крепить, надо тогда барак водить на точку следующую. Не знаю, по-моему, это классика, да, Демон Хантер бегает за андедом постоянно. Моноберны, там по тележке, по кому, а панда крепится спокойно. Третий уровень. Как у орков, собственно, Блейд бегает, армия крепится. Все, побежал Демон Хантер. Правильно делает. Экспу сейчас воровать не надо. Нужны гарги. Я не пойму, нет, там, по-моему, стандарт. Там Т3, видишь, пошло. И... Лич. Блин, я забыл, как это в здании называется. Где табуретки делают. Там с головы вылетел. Ой-ой-ой. А нет, экспанд ты уже не отменишь. Да, он понимает. Демон Хантер без сапогов, без персоналки.
But this one should now be uncancelable.
Exactly. It's also a little bit of crowd control as it is, you know, slow on the unit, so the Demon Hunter can chase, and that's his role now. Keeping taps on, happy, get a little chip damage in, keep the mana burns in. Ideally also on statues that are...
И лаги неприятные.
Speaking of things that are coming, Lich,
Пошла первая табуретка.
quite a few gifts for that Lich already.
Там виз грамотный на обсерватории. Такая точка, потому что Крипджек там может зарешать. Вторая панда. Здравствуйте, что выпало? Руштаура. Ну, пойдет, в принципе, для дриад. Дриадки и все. Но вряд ли там какие-то химеры будут. Хотя не будем ничего говорить, вдруг и химеры будут. Среди Демон Хантера, не знаю, просто моноберный прописывать по КД, подбегать. Ему сразу же нового кидают. Ой-ой-ой. Ладно, ладно, ладно. Блин, Хэппи не смог окружить. Как так? Это же машина просто. Машина дала сбой, наверное, монитор не тот разрешение. Или мышка не та. Ну, я бы не сказал, что Мун впереди. Просто пока как бы ровная игра идет. Никто серьезных ошибок не делает. По отмене экспанда даже может быть Хэппи немножечко впереди. Так. Будешь взрывать? Кидай койл. Виспа, алло. Кинь? Нет? Хэппи не заметил виспа или не хотел тратить койл? Там уже, кстати, Т3 арба есть. О, вот здесь Трош Тауэр, кстати, очень кстати будет. Вот Хэппи будет, наверное, также строить экспанд или будет пушить? Посмотрим. Постоял, ждешь. Свиток ждет, да? Или нет? Да, купил свиток. Ну это от панды. Прямая контра к панде — это свитки. Что у нас здесь Нага, да, третьим героем? Получается 2 финда, 50 лимита на 50 на 55. Здесь сразу же прожимаются инвул, но влетает койл нового, по-моему. Так, дыхание неплохое, тележки задевают, но гули все еще живут. По мане... Ой, Демон Хантер-то страдает. У Демон Хантера нет вообще ТП. Стафа нету у панды. Демон Хантер может здесь сдохнуть. Но нужно сражаться за этот эксп, он еще не оправдался. Да, выводит виспов. Ой, сейчас Хэппи-то просто в экспанд воткнет, нет? Ой, Нагу фокусят, Нагу. Подожди, нет, не успел передать ТП, хорошо, отменяет экспанд. Убивает только Нагу, еще... Откуда там став? Там магазин был слева, прям рядом. Хорошо. Короче, 48 на 50. Вот тебе экспанд, вот и все. Закончился эксп. Плюс-минус он, наверное, вышел в ноль. Да, Санек, третий герой пуш 100%. В принципе, Хэппи до этого и ждал, качался. Так, вот показывает этот момент. Сразу он новую тратит на виспов. Так, Нагу. Вот там видно то, что ДК подбегал, хотел передать и не успел. Прям не хватило, наверное, доли секунды. Тут дело не в пинге явно. Еще спасает дриаду Мун на последней секунде. Так, второй замес. Минус дриада. Неплохое дыхание от панды. Панда-то пустая, маны нету. Минус еще одна дриада. Ой-ой, фокусят, смотри, Лича. Так, немножко перегруппировывается, но, блин, Лича спасать надо, у Лича нет ни инвула, ничего. О, Лич пустой. Как он будет сейчас спасать? Лол. По-моему, Койл влетал, нет? Или мне показалось? Смотри, там Арча с Дриады просто на лол хп убежали. А сейчас как бы у Хэппи не так все хорошо. Плюс Мун вышел из лимита и вернулся опять. Ну, смысла сейчас нет выходить из лимита. Если только додавливать, Хэппи восстанавливает. А, нет, он выкупил героя. Опять палит постановку экспанда. Скорее всего, придет в ближайшую минуту. Ну, либо приходить, либо свой строить. 4-й Демон Хантер, 2-е промахи. Сколько там промахов? 30-45, да, процентов? Или, ну, примерно так. А, что выпало? Не вижу. Большой инвол выпал. Наги оставил. Оп. Кстати, момент Амунта сидит вообще на Т2, там медведя-то не будет. Так, получил койл. Тафнулся, 4-я панда. Вот будет 5-я панда будет. Печально для всех гулей. Гулей может вообще с собой не брать. Дефинды, собственно, страдать будут. Так, 2-я Нага. Ну, Хэппи спокойно доедает точку красную. Артефакт, по-моему, забрал. Кто забрал? Не помню, какой артефакт выпал здесь. Интересно, он панду качает? Винные пары на 2 не стал качать, а вкачал пассивку. Ты. Сейчас КП закрепит нагло. Но он, наверное, будет катами и обомами как-то выходить из лимита. Койл новый сразу получает. Став. Лич прошаренный, прошлая смерть дала ему много опыта, теперь он со свитком и с инвулом. В принципе, герои хорошо защищены. А при таком контроле, как у Хэппи, я думаю, их вообще нереально убить сейчас. Оба выходят из лимита, но Мунта, понятное дело, быстрее будет выходить из лимита, потому что там X2 инком. Добыча в раз быстрее. И как бы, вот, Хэппи вроде бы и крепится, но все равно время работает не на него. И если он еще так протянет, я думаю, минуты полторы, там все, его чисто массой задавят. Ну, если опять же Мун не будет отдавать героев с телепортами, с инвулами, со стафами. Так, что выпало? Не такой хороший артефакт. Там, по-моему, плюс 5. Да, плюс 5 к ловкости и к силе. Так, ну все, Хэппи приходит. 60 лимита на 70, небольшое преимущество у Муна по грейдам. По грейдам 1-0 против 1. Ну, блять, равное все по грейдам. О, можно просто снести. А, нет, не хочет. Оп, какой агрессивный телепорт. Панда, 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 панда. У инвул, по-моему, передает Демон Хантер. Демон Хантер есть еще бутылка. Став, передай, став, передай. Лоу, о, вот я об этом и говорил, кстати. Все. Зачем такой телепорт был? Там было 13 хп. Финда. Хэппи, давай. Пауэрвош спасает финда. И все. Ну, хотя и Хэппи тоже потерял 10 лимитов. Но панду нужно выкупать. Панду выкупать, быстро нам инвелов восстанавливать. И, может, да, навряд ли он уже успеет до Экс спасти. 2-0. Как бы еще списывать его не надо. Вдруг. Нова хорошая. Панда пустая, есть пару мунвелов с маной. Моноберн сделай, да? Что он покупает? Бутылку? По-моему, бутылка была у него. Выравнивается ситуация по лимиту. Панда с маны. Можно залетать. Демон Хантер уже почти скоро 5-й будет. Серьезно, Дриад наверх хочешь? Нет, там что, он кота на тебя уже заплатит быстро. Маны нету, не улечать. Ой-ой-ой. Аф хорош. Магазин, да, восстанавливает? Мун. Неплохо залетел. Успеет, нет? Потерял он, по-моему, 2-3 дриады. По трупам 3. Это вонючка противная. Сколько она в сумме КП забирает? Через магазин покупать телепорт.
But the silver lining is, Moon has very strong heroes, much stronger than normal. No keeper to hold him back.
Хэппи зачем взял дирижабль? Чтобы спасаться от... ну там эти... Как?
It's of course easier said than done. How do you run in without getting focused?
That is the
$1 million question, or I guess $50,000 question. But Happy keeps up the pressure. 2 wagons now to attack the main.
Оба сидят на 50 лимита.
Oh my god! This is so genius! This is so genius!
Хэппи мозг.
Warcraft IQ. How is he supposed to reach that? He can't.
Yeah, he absolutely can't. With maybe 4 breaths of fire, he can do it, but he's using against the Fiend. Zeppelin that one. No coils anymore, though, unhappy. That perhaps the danger. Zeppelin almost taken out above the trees. Demon in trouble as well. Speaking of taken out, staffed out, safe for a second. Needs to heal us there.
Ну-ка.
It was taken out before. There's no juice anymore.
А кто же написал?
GG. And a quick 2-0 for Happy.
Капец, я что-то пропустил вообще. А кто там сдох? 2-0. Да, Сан, ты прав.
Feels like it's the same scenario that at WGL Winter 2019, where Moon had some good ideas.
Без ГГ?
He is just slapping him down. He just has all the answers, and he's getting real creative now as well. The timing sharp as ever, the execution close to perfection, and now he's adding that.
Да не, чтобы Мун без ГГ ливнул. Я не видел такого. Вот здесь он хорошо леча забрал прям. Ну такой, зачем телепорт делать? Даже Дриад не отвел. Да, здесь выжил, конечно. Отлично. Просто повезло.
Looks like it. Moon needs to win 3 maps in a row versus Happy. That is a mission impossible, but you said it on ladder. That worked in the past couple of days.
Так, ладно. Третья игра будет. Возможно, она будет решающей. Просто будет 3-0. Или Мун все-таки покажет. 2-0 Муна ушатать. Ладно, мы все равно болеем за Хэппи. Это наш чувак. Сомневаешься? Не, мне кажется, как бы все равно Мун хоть и уже опытный в турнирах во всем этом, но все равно его дезморалит, наверное, по-любому. Такие вот игры от Хэппи, жесткие прям.
The DreamHack WC3 Championship is
Ну,
brought to
кто его
you
знает,
by
давай смотреть.
Norton Gaming and Coinbase.
Nine and 0 and 3 match points for the dominator of the European region. Happy is destroying absolutely everybody. What's the silver lining here, Remo? I'm grasping for straws. What can Moon do now?
The thing is, Moon has been in situations like these before. He is unbelievable. He's one of the best players in the world. He can come back.
Подожди, а Хэппи же один undead вообще на турнире.
Whose performance this whole year and beyond is incredible. Incredible.
Ну ладно, понеслась, давайте.
Oh man, here we go. One step away from the grand finals and at least $22,000. He's not losing anything in this tournament. In the bottom right-hand side, he's happy.
Да, это последний его шанс.
A monstrous task ahead of him. He has to bring his genius and his best play. In the top left in the red is Moon.
Будет 3-0 вообще классно. А Хэппи вообще, по-моему, да, ни одной игры не слил.
This whole DreamHack season, talked about that earlier. Like also the online seasons and the regionals. He lost one
Опа-на.
match, right?
А я только сейчас заметил, а где Барак?
One single match
Где Барак?
in what must have been like 30 series or something. Incredible, incredible display by Happy, proving.
Он Хитмана реально боится.
Oh no, oh no, no, no! Look at the lumber for Moon, 43.
What?
It's an uneven
Кот,
amount.
ты
What
зачем
happened
сюда сел?
again?
No way!
He aggroed the creeps and lost the Ancient of War. That's why it's so late.
The map is Shallow Grave and Moon is digging his own
А, у него
grave on
реально
every
отменили барак?
single map. The hero lost on map
О.
1, the town
Сейчас
portal
Хэппи это
on
увидит
map
и поржет
2, and
просто.
now
Сидит.
again this Ancient of War. Is he not that familiar with the newly introduced Shallow Grave? Apparently not.
I'm looking at Happy's player cam.
What, are you expecting a smile?
Yeah.
Come on.
I thought maybe.
Нет,
You know,
Хитман выше
you
фокуса.
don't want to wish anything
По
bad for
уровню
your
игры.
opponent, but this is obviously a tremendous
По
start
исполнению,
for Happy.
по контролю.
As we mentioned earlier, this Demon Hunter first can work, but you need to have a good start. You need to get the items, you need to get level 3, you need to keep up with creeping. And
This is a deny. Yeah, of course it's a deny. My lord, when you followed Warcraft in like 2007, Moon had
Конечно,
this
задонатил,
aura
да?
of being
Вроде так и не
untouchable and
сказал.
undefeatable, especially versus Orc. We had like this 2-year streak of not dropping a single series versus
Happy.
that race. But this aura is now all happy. It seems like Moon is scared.
Ох, я помню,
the new map, really not doing
был турнир
levels,
от
any
Blizzard,
favors. This
и
puts
играл
behind
Лин
so
против
much.
Хэппи. Вот
Normally,
там
Ancient
игра
of War
была,
creeping
конечно,
is the
шикарная.
fastest, most
Очень,
efficient
очень равная.
resource cost-wise, creeping that any race can do. But if you slow it down like this, it's a way different story. Demon Hunter is still gonna get close to level 2 and pick up the item here.
Кстати,
But look at
Тиаша
Happy.
давно не видел.
Wait a minute, is
Кого
he
еще
fast
давно не видел?
expanding? Happy never fast
Флая давно не
expands.
видел, не знаю, где они там что играют. Нет?
I told you, he can flip his game switch.
Инфи тоже давно не видел.
And it's gonna play something completely different. And that's exactly what's happening here.
And how much sense does it also make against this strategy?
A lot.
Fast expanding against Keeper, basically impossible. Against the Demon Hunter, very doable. Against the Demon Hunter who's slowed down so much, it's a perfect strat.
He adapts on the fly. I'm pretty sure this wasn't his game plan going.
Да.
Yeah.
Not at all.
I think so. I think you're right. I think he saw the Engine of War being late. He's like, hey, that's a nice little gift on my way to the grand final. And he knows exactly what to do following after. Demon Hunter is now level 2. DK running across the map with ghouls. He's going to be threatening some damage, maybe some surrounds, and that means this expansion will be finishing. But also credit to Moon, great scout. He saw it coming up.
Санёк, а ты смотри, там экспан строится у Хэппи чат. Он вообще догадывается о такой наглости. О, все. Жги, все, до свидания.
He's pulling back the skellies. He doesn't even give him a single detonate kill.
Jesus Christ.
Минус ТП.
It's unbelievable.
And fans were hoping for this match for 2 years, and Happy is not giving him the entertainment. He's just giving him destruction.
Wow. Happy certainly not slipping today. Don't know when the last time was that he did. Moon, no challenge for him.
Нету диспла.
Moon needs 3 to 5 miracles to get an even chance on this map. And if he's not getting this map, he's out this run. He can't defend his offline DreamHack title that he got at DreamHack Anaheim.
Понял, второй.
DK gets level 3 with more kills, and the
Вот такие вот маленькие вроде бы ошибки, да, там не доконтроллер чуть-чуть не отвел, там через shift не довел. И все как бы в сумме это потом все сливается так, то что получается 3-0. Вот и все.
That was on purpose, of course, for some reason that slips my mind.
Не пойму чего. Может ты думаешь одно, пишешь другое? А как так? Либо кто-то исправляет твои сообщения. Хотя это невозможно. Наверное. Смотри, Мун берет Нагу. Зачем? Чтобы пропушить экспанд. Получится это или нет. Если сейчас просто его оттуда отобьют на изях, то все. Минус арча на гулю. Минус еще одна гуля. Так. А смотри, у Хэппи-то, по-моему, вообще... Вот, до Т2, это еще далеко. Сколько гулей вопрос? 35 на 28, но все равно Хэппи по лимиту больше. Подпуш, да, какой-то подпуш. Типа надо же наказать, правильно, человека, который строит экспанд, а ты нет. С Нагой. А зачем он крипит, я не понимаю. Может быть... А зачем? Ну хотя да, ты подойдешь там на рубка. Может он, я не знаю, вот эту логику провоцировал, может быть, Хэппи на... Чтобы тот достраивал гулей? Или как это еще объяснить? Could of course be his last big tier 1 offline tournament. Don't know what the future holds, but looking so. Так, или он будет своим экспом отвечать. Ну не знаю. Смотри, еще Мун делает. Может быть, с медведями будет какой-то подпуш. Третий Демон Хантер. Moon can look for a few kills against them, but if it's too many ghouls, he might just get overwhelmed. Минус арча. Минус вторая арча. Ну, это уже как бы не такой сильный лимит на такой стадии. Все равно потерять 3 арчей. Вот сейчас третью потеряет. О, успел спасти. Успевает. Барак еще выжил. А, или не выжил. Да не, выживет. Тролль ничего не сделает. Хотя если легенд закончится у дерева, все равно он его убьет. Попытается окружить. Нет. Пошли финды. Пошел грейд на тир 3. Минус барак. Все, до свидания. Барак уже не нужен, в принципе. Так, для крипинга.
And the Ancient of War, our observer pointed out, also falls. Didn't eat, didn't repair. How is he gonna creep from now on? He can take the greens, for sure, but the bigger ones, especially on this map, Nighters love going for the middle lab creeps. Very rewarding. Can't do that now anymore. Happy doesn't want to overextend into double slow, playing it a bit more careful.
О, я его также могу сделать, и все. Так, получше, да?
Was about to say that is he so greedy that he's banking a no upkeep on 2 bases, but no. Oh boy, Moon is down 12 supply, he has no lumber. He's waiting for bears. This will be the first bear that we see all series. 10 minutes and we're looking into the abyss.
А из какой логики он построил экспанд? Потому что там барак отменили из-за этого? Не понимаю. Ну, отменили барак, ладно. А в чем? То, что там арчей не будет хватать, чтобы нормально его отбить. Точнее, отменить экспанд. Ну, блин, у Хэппи уже Т3 заканчивается. Это вышел из лимита. Не, это ГГ. Все, это 3-0. 3-0, и следующая игра будет Хитман. Против кого? Против Лавлиета. Эльф Орк, самый мой такой матчап бомбический. Да, мне кажется, любой орк жалуется на эльфов. Да, из-за брака. Значит, я так не один думаю. Сейчас получит третью нагу, получит и выйдет в 50 лимита медведя, и будет, наверное, атака. Если он ее проиграет, то это ГГ. 100%.
Bombastic and threatening enough for what Happy has been able to do.
Oh no, he's the Emperor of the Galaxy from Star Wars, maybe.
Since he's not just ruling over one region, but taking over the whole world, should we call him the Khan, maybe?
Так, немного отвлекся здесь. Красную будет забирать.
He's definitely just as brutal.
Хэппи взял нагу третьим героем, передал ей бутылку большую. Так, по артефактам у Демон Хантера, в принципе, артефакты тоже неплохие, да? Есть еще аура на армор. Аура Деки выпала. А у Хэппи выпало... Вот этот вот камушек на ману он прибавляет. Реген еще, если его не пропить. Пишем ГГ, выходим, да. Вот эти вот сообщения, вот эти стримлапс, рестрим. Нахрен мне вообще нужно? Хоть чат засоряют. Ну все, должен был пушить эльф, а тут приходит он, дед. Здравствуйте, меня больше, давай драться. Плюс 25 лимита. Все, до свидания. 4 медведя. Ой-ой-ой, не лагай, не лагай, не... Бля. Все? А все? А это все? Это конечное? Свиток на, хороший свиток, 2 финдов. Практически спасает. Там 2 медведя оббитых. Есть, конечно, Мунвелл. Вообще, вот этот левый Мунвелл. Верхний, ну подведи, вылечи. Давай, давай. Нет, ну Мун, конечно, сражается. Ну все, 42 лимита на 74. Да, у Хэппи даже больше лимита стало, пока он пришел. Вообще машина просто. Да, Нагу, конечно. ТП. Все, ГГ. 3-0. 3-0, ребят. Муна ушатать 3-0. Вот Хэппи в кавычках надо уже писать, машина просто. Такой спокойненько, ну. Я надеялся быстрее закончится, блин. Ну, извините, типа долго слишком играли. Он такой, все. Капец. Нет, Хэппи реально много чего можно ожидать. Разрыв кубанчика. Ну ты бы, Санек, на месте, допустим, Муна расстроился бы. Ты играешь с 2003 года на высоких всегда уровнях, там всегда в финалах, а тут тебя просто 3-0 ушатали в полуфинале. Я нет. Мне пофигу, да? Я бы... Прикинь, ты бы сейчас играл, да? Чисто с хэппи такой играл бы. Какие были бы у тебя эмоции? Ты бы такой, о, Акали-то вначале убил, ура! Да, я бы тоже так радовался. Ну, конечно. Чисто на стриме зарабатывает или где? Так, ладно, все, перекур, ждем теперь. Ну, ва-ва. Игрока вообще, ну, такого молодого хитмана. Я прям топлю за него.
Yeah, this was obviously a big moment as well, right? If Moon keeps the tree of life alive, then obviously it's a completely different game. I didn't hate the starting game.
3-2. Хатман. Хитман. Ну, посмотрим. Не знаю, о чем покажет там все-таки Лавлиет, тоже эльф хороший. Так как это матчап очень странный, очень много вопросов относительно этого матчапа, то здесь может быть всякое. Лин, да, у Лина как бы стабильно против лифов. Винрейт высокий очень. Он как бы стабильно может разносить любых эльфов. А вот Хитман... Я смотрю его игры, очень часто его стримы. Против эльфов его бомбит. Там он может игру отдать на ровном месте. С Лавлиетом они вроде играли, например, на 50 на 50. Они играли раза 3, наверное, все. 4. Вот здесь он хорошо, кстати, ТП отдал. Забрал. У меня порядка 60% против эльфа хорош. Ну, как я начал парсира брать и застраивать, у меня, кстати, тоже так же. А типа пробую блудом 60 на беды, это жестко. Зачем вы это показываете? Опять эти моменты 35 тысяч раз. Смотри, как он делает. Он видит то, что тот контролит дриад. Он провоцирует, чтобы он начал их отводить, а в это время кидает кол нового, допустим, козла. Блейдом Unreal. Ладно, все, перекур. И ждем следующей игры. Ты, Санек, пока это переведи, что здесь Кэппи сказал. Ну, типа там изи, не изи.
Because he had a teleport and I don't know, maybe he thought Keeper will have survived another Coil Nova. Other than that, I think if he will have saved Keeper, I will probably lose because I was in disadvantage. My item drops were really bad in that game, like 3 rings of protection. So, purely his mistakes, I would say.
Is this how you view most games after they end? Like just the one who made more mistakes just lost? Or do you sometimes think like there can be other factors? Like is there a lot of mind games on the strategy going on here and there as well with trying to counter one another even before the game starts?
Sometimes, yeah, but in this particular game it's way too obvious that it's my opponent's mistake. I just did what I could and, well, it worked in the end.
Map number 2, Tidehunters, he went for a Demon Hunter. Were you very surprised by this? Because it didn't seem like you were. You just did the perfect counter, like stopped his expansion. So were you maybe rusty at all against Demon Hunter? Or you thought you would be because you didn't look at all like you had forgotten how to play against Demon Hunter?
No, I play against Demon Hunter sometimes and I knew there would be a possibility that he will play it. He played against me that on ladder. And just with that expansion, I knew he will probably get level 3 and start the expansion right at his nature right away. So just knew and it was exactly as I expected.
Do you feel like the ladder games that you played against him recently helped you more than they helped him because they showed you like what can be strong of like what he can do and then you could adjust from there?
Yeah, I guess.
And then we had map 3 that just concluded. Shallow Graves, he goes Demon Hunter again. Did you know before the game even started that if he goes Demon Hunter again, this time you're gonna fast expand?
No, I thought he will go Keeper and play standard tier 2 expansion, the Demon Hunter second and Mass Dryads, actually.
But do you think that's the best counter, or it can be the best counter if you're able to set up the expo like this?
Yeah, I think so.
Alright, so next opponent, it's gonna be either Lolite or Hitman. talk to me about these potential opponents, because Lolite is one of the guys that has challenged you in the Open Cup. He managed to beat you the one time, one of the very few times that you lost in there. And on the other side, we got Hitman, who you never really face, I think, almost. Like very, very rarely on ladder, probably. So what do you make of your chances against both of these guys?
Well, I hope Lolite wins because I really don't want to play against Orc in finals, and to be honest, I just don't know too much about what to expect from Hitman. Like, I know how he played on this tournament, but he doesn't have too big tournament record to watch for overall, except DreamHack and DreamHack Americas. So either way, I don't think any of those opponents will be easier somehow for me, but I just hope I can avoid the Orc in the final.
Actually, one last question for me, because I hear a lot of people talking about this, is the nervousness here. We're playing for a lot of money. First place is 50,000. You just looked as calm as ever here, and it felt like you were playing your best Warcraft 3. So how do you manage nerves so well? Like, do you ever get nervous at all, and how do you manage to refocus, if so?
Well, I am nervous, but it does not mean that my hands are shaking. I played plenty of times, including the finals, so obviously it will be good to win 50,000, but I think in the very worst case, if I'm gonna lose, it's not the end of the world, so I just gotta keep calm and play my best game, I guess.
All right, thank you so much. Happy good luck in the grand finals. We're gonna head to a break, and then we come back with the other semi. It's gonna be Hitman versus Lolite. We'll see you guys right after this.
Так, ждем. Еще 6 минут. Да. Че, может, ставочку сделать? Понимаю. А я так сам бывает, сидишь какой-нибудь стрим там смотришь, оп, такой на компе посмотрел, на телефоне посмотрел, полежал, опять за компом посидел, опять полежал, так меняешься. Так. Так, Хэппи уходит. Вот смотри, кто сядет на место Хэппи, тот будет просто победитель. Там потому что энергетика победителя. А нет, Хитман раз слева сидел. Чай пьет, кофе. Так, пришел. Так, кто там? О, Лавлет слева. О, Хитман на место Хэппи садится. По-моему. Так, стульчик. Кому-то стульчик принесли. Кто-то будет сидеть, наверное, рядом, да, подсказки. Стул поменяли. Это кому стул не понравился? Хитман тоже чем-то недоволен. Стулом. Дайте то, подайте это. Вон он с портфелем, со школы, видимо. со школы сразу на турнир. Блин, ну я-то прям топлю за Хитмана. Прям надеюсь, будет в ближайшие годы будет топовый орк. Орки могут. Орки мощь. И потом... Хэппи уже в финале, да? Ну, логично, да? Будет очень плотно, да. Я даже не знаю, Лавлиет ремонт сильнее сейчас, на данный момент. Кстати, что там у меня насчет задержки? Поменьше стало, нет? Осталась минута. Ну, от Хитмана, я думаю, будет Блейд. Вероятность 70-80%. Ко мне все лезет кот. Тоже хочет посмотреть. Давай ты это, потом на финал придешь. Сегодня, кстати, весь день стримлю. Ну, блин. Ну, он относится к этому как к работе. Ты же от работы тоже хочешь получать больше денег. Меня пока не забанили. Знаешь, что заметил? Чем больше ты играешь, тем больше тебя бомбит.
The DreamHack WC3 Championship is brought to you
А если ты еще раз 5 подряд сливаешь, это вообще
by
просто
and
реактивный пукан становится.
Coinbase.
Что за компания? Спонсоры, наверное, какие-то. Так. Ловит фоги.
제가 대회를 오면서 준비해 놓은 전략들이 굉장히 많았는데 여기까지 올라오면서 사실 다 썼어요. 그래가지고 미천이 좀 거덜나는데 새로운 전략을 좀 더 생각을 하던지 아니면 지금까지 해왔던 걸 조금 더 날카롭게 가다듬고
Упс.
실수를 줄이는 게 제일 중요한 것 같습니다.
Ну ты посмотри, как Хитман контролит, ну просто... Просто, я не знаю.
I'm gonna have to come very prepared, especially because he plays Elf, and as we all know, it's impossible for Orc to beat Elf. So, yeah, it's gonna be a rough one.
Чё сказал?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the analysis desk, where we are going to get ready for our second semi-finals of this beautiful DreamHack Warcraft 3 Championship. I am joined by the Golden Boys of Back to Warcraft. Guys, we're getting ready for Hitman versus Lolliot, but first, let's go back to that previous best of 5 real quick. a lot shorter than I would have liked it to see. And even though I'm happy for
Ты, кстати, стримишь у тебя один монитор или два? Я пробовал с двумя мониторами стримить.
Yeah, it feels like the big game anxiety is real once again. This was not his best Warcraft. This is not what we were used to seeing. Also in Asian competition when he's facing 1-2-0, it was.
Надеюсь, у Warcraft все-таки будет какое-то будущее. А то DreamHack... О, кого там? DreamHack же отменили? Или ESL? Короче, какой-то турнир не будет с 2022 года. Там что-то 100 баксов каждую неделю разыгрывалось. Чё, Сань, давай это трениться, надо тоже уже ехать скоро.
This is one of these series where I said it before, when it rains it pours. Let's hope that our second semi-final is going to be a lot closer.
Чё, хочешь второй ПК собрать?
Obviously, we want to hear from you guys at home who you think is going to meet happy in these grand finals. Hashtag LAW for LawLiot or hashtag HIT for Hitman. I think we can figure that one out, right? That's not too complicated. Let's do it, boys. Orc versus Night Elf. We just saw a little preview. Hitman already joking that Night Elf is impossible to beat for Orc. Is it that bad, Neo?
It is really hard, that's for sure. But of course, impossible is nothing. And LawLiot is not the #1 Night Elf versus Orc player, I would say. That is rather the Moons, and it's rather maybe even the Colorful.
Сейчас видюхи дорогие, капец, из-за этого майнинга.
LawLiot has prepared. He's very stable, he's very good, but it's not extraordinary as he is in matchups versus Night Elf or Human.
Yeah, we have had a chance to talk to LawLiot before. He sounded
Прикольная
very
сцена у
confident
них.
against Hitman. He always, like, this whole year in the DreamHack seasons, he said many times, I would love to just play against Orc at times, because he enjoys the matchup so much. And
Зеленый цвет, они тоже за орков топят.
To be a bit stronger, but also LawLiot is known for being very strong in that matchup with many different styles. Something also that stands out, by the way, 3 players left now, right, with Moon out of the picture, and we have a very beautiful, diverse group of players here as well. We have 1 Night Elf, 1 Orc, and 1 Undead, of course, with Happy being there, and 1 of each region represented. We have Europe, Asia, and America still in the mix.
Only 2 can make the final, though, Remo, but that's indeed.
Ну да, сейчас видюха, даже как комп, я бы сказал, по цене. Вообще молодой, 25 лет. LawLiot уже дедушка. 30. Так, 56% у него против LawLiot. Против расы 32. Да, 32% против эльфов, капец. Он третий орк в мире и 13 место в мире между всех игроков, да? Так, давай карты будут черкать. LawLiot первый, Бо 5. Зачем жениться, если у тебя есть Warcraft? Так, Equals черкнули. Так, LawLiot. AL. COSH, Last Refuge.
Hitman removing Tidehunters. That might be a bit of a tell already. Farseer play very popular on Tidehunters. Hitman removing that may not want to go with Farseer at all this series.
I mean, we spoke a lot about Hitman so far, and obviously for all the right reasons.
Видишь, Фоги женился, все как бы. Уже первое место не займет.
But let's give LawLiot a little more love, because he's an incredibly charismatic guy. Yesterday, I had a little chat with him. He's like, who are you? Who are you? Go back to Warcraft. Just because I predicted Foggy to be there, I was like, I'm sorry. I'll predict you to win tomorrow. He's like, okay, nice to meet you, Rotterdam. And I was like, you know, it's actually lovely to have those little interactions.
Nice to meet you, приятно познакомиться.
This massive W for a long time as well. Right?
Yeah, he's always been in the shadow of Moon and Lin, obviously, who are the Korean dominators of the scene and the legends, because they were.
Как в этой песне Боннивурта поет. Мы играем в Warcraft, и девушек у нас еще долго не будет. Что-то такое.
There was when he made the splash. There was when we saw, okay, this guy is not only very entertaining, but also hella strong and super creative. But that only led him into grand finals and never to the trophy. He's been in tier 1 finals before and he lost them all. He's chasing this dream for 5 years plus, and this might be his last
Так, карты
He has
черканули.
won tournaments, just not the biggest, right? Like he's won some tier 2 tournaments, but this would obviously be by far and away the biggest win of his career. Just making the final would already be the biggest payday of his career. It is time for us to get our official predictions in. Since I don't want
Это кто?
to
Я его вообще не знаю.
again, I'm gonna say that Lolai takes it, but I just hope it's going to be close. I hope it's a banger. 3-2 for Lolai.
Что окно открыл, так дует.
I'm gonna go with my heart again on this one. I would love to see NA take it far here. Hitman 3-2.
You know what? I talked to Lawlight and he said, I heard the desk saying that they don't believe in me, and then he won that match. So I say 3-1 Hitman.
So he's gonna win again, and that's
psychology.
I see how.
Смотри, все за Хитмана.
We want to hear from you guys at home as well. Actually, kind of curious. Let's see if the USA fanboys have shown up in full force, or if you guys truly think tonight I was gonna get it done. Who? Close, 53-47. I mean, if that's the preview to how close the games are going to be, I'm gonna be very happy, Remo.
Oh, it just jumped to 52. We're almost perfectly evened out as well. You know, it's still a bit early for America, especially. I wonder how many nerds out there set their alarm for this match, especially today. I imagine quite a few.
Alarms? They didn't sleep since Hitman's first match. They live in the Twitch chat here. Didn't you see them?
They've been going hard. That's what I like to see, gentlemen.
Last night, at the end of the day, I messed up my time zone, so I told all the Americans to show up 2 hours earlier than they were supposed to.
Армин.
At least you guys were here. You didn't miss the first semi-finals.
Армин, ну я же знаю этого Армина. А чё он?
Any final thoughts?
Да прямо он даже не топовый орк.
The grand final is a crazy story, and this is such a crazy tournament. Just let the games begin.
Remo?
Кто сейчас топ-1 орк? Фокус, наверное. Ну вот на данный момент, я думаю, даже Хитман. Потому что он сейчас один дошел до такой стадии уже турнира. Может, по очкам там как-то? Армином здесь даже не пахнет. Я нет. Я еще. У меня еще столько перспектив.
There's a Jester costume on the line. Who would have thought? You know, all the humans already out, so I'm out of the picture. But Neo.
Ага, был бы я женат, я бы стримил по 10 часов.
Hitman cannot win this tournament, so we say that if he does,
Все, понеслась. Давай.
Let's jump right into map number 1 here. Between these two,
Смотри,
starting in the top right
пожелали
side.
удачи.
In the reds, playing Night Elf from South Korea. It is Lowlight.
Да, я знаю.
From the US of A, it is Hitman.
Такой билд, то что у него будут, наверное, быстрый Т2. Что там Лавлиет сейчас? Плакал? А, смотри, а там Блейд? Да, это Блэдмастер. Так, рабочий куда пошел? На разведку? Здесь козел. Барак. На зелененькой. Зелененькая точка, барак.
So immediately getting right into the heat of the action. I can't believe actually that these two somehow met in the first play there. But that was a 2-1 win for Lollight. And on the maps, map 1 was Autumn Leaves. Hitman played a different brand of orc than what you usually would see against Elf, in that he played Blade Shadow, yes, but he goes Grunt into Bloodlust and then adds a Pit Lord third. Was able to win that game, but then lost 1 and 2. So wasn't able to be successful overall in the best of 3. I'm sure he's learned plenty of that, but so has Lollight, and there is some adjustments.
Так, пиончик пришел, увидел то, что барак есть. Ой, не лагай, пожалуйста, прошу, не лагай, не надо.
Absolutely, yeah, that tier 3 style can be very, very strong. It can definitely favor the orc in the late game because you have the Serpent Wards, you have the Pit Lord to carry you, and of course Bloodlust is always a strong carry. So if it gets to the late game, it's always going to be strong for the orc, especially against the keeper.
Что-то не понял тебя, чем меньше в жизни баб, тем легче, не вздумай.
Can Lollight secure that expansion? Can he get some grunt kills? Can he even hide that Ancient Protector that we saw earlier in this tournament? Northern Isles, focus, let that get up. And got absolutely
так, побежал Блейд, там у него закупка, продал телепорт. В принципе, стандартно, да? Так, здесь корни. Нужно пиона своего добить, обязательно. Добивает хорошее начало уже. Так, ладно, давай, девушки подождут, сейчас у нас игра важная. Варик, Варик. Но девушки потом. Ой, не лагай, не лагай. Побегушки, побегушки, в принципе. Тратит прям время, чтобы убить вот эту вот антилопу. Да, да, да. Вот тратишь время на девушку, деньги, ресурсы, нервы, а потом хоп. К чему все это было?
Maybe not instantly, but eventually we'll have to keep our eyes peeled on that mini-map because this is what this whole strat revolves.
Так, ладно, пошел грейд на тир 2, здесь тоже, здесь да, уже почти половина, хорошо. Там Грант вышел, нет? Да, по-моему, Грант палит возможную застройку. Что он делает? Просто бегает козлом? Там хантресы, видимо, да? Я не уверен. Не нашел ни одного виспа. Ну, кстати, их рядом и нету. Хантреса первая вышла. Прикапывает блейда, чтобы оторваться. Так, небольшой блок. Хорошо.
Along with all those other nice upgrades too.
So maybe on maps where like expanding is very easy like this, he's expecting that for the elf it's going to be easier to take his.
Yeah.
And then because it will be hard maybe for him to take
будет экспанд или не будет, вот это интересно. Контрсхолл не строится. Ой, подожди, контрсхолл-то уже готов, раз контрес есть.
One player that I've seen go for that style. It's very unique in that. Almost no other orc I've seen actually attempt to go for this bloodlust strategy.
Yeah, they all seem to prefer earlier bestiary and really to just brute force that expansion. But, you know, if you get it canceled maybe twice, 3 times, sometimes happens, you can be very, very far behind.
Тут надо... А, персоналку Блейд перекупил. Что, он передумал, да, фармить? А, бежит Кипер туда. Пошел Shadowhunter.
Yeah, usually that's the whole point. Like the blade is there to just slow down the elf. It's really when the Shadow Hunter comes out that you start leveling. Having a blade 1 and a Shadow 3 or sometimes even 4, okay, probably doesn't happen as
Грейд на Грантов Берсерк.
You don't need to level the blade in the first place. He's gonna start leveling when you'll need him here for the fight. And when you finally start killing units, which happens way later on anyway.
Yeah, the big carry, weirdly, in this sort of matchup for the Orc will be the Shadow Hunter with those Serpent Wards and the heal wave, whereas the Blade Master, if you get him to level 2, you can scrape that level 2.
Все, Блэдмастер отпускает козла, начинает крипить. Здесь 3 гранта. Стой, не добей только. Хорош. Shadowhunter ждем. Вышел Shadowhunter. Здесь выпадает, по-моему, артефакт. Книжка? Нет, артефакт выпал. Варды. Неплохо. Ну все будет экспанд крипить. Будет ли строить эксп, я не знаю. Виспа не вижу. Shadowhunter сразу уже половину уровня получил. Хорошо, выбирает змеек.
Level 0.5 immediately and go
О,
to
экс
the
полил.
consumable item camp.
Не, будет прикопка, будет. Или не будет, кстати. Ждет Хантрес. С Хантресами можно и прикопать. Нет, уже Блейд не отменит его никак. Козел рядом. Shadowhunter быстро крипится, уже 2-й левел.
That will always keep the Shadowhunter safe. So that's why the Hitman's Blade Master is so aggressive. And Scroll the Beast not the best.
Scroll
the Alchemist now the aggression turns to the side of Hitman.
I'm guessing that if Hitman wanted to go for tier 3, he would have already started it. So it looks like he may be playing the
С алхимиком хотел крип-джекнуть, наверное.
An expansion sometime soon, and you had the Bestiary immediately after the expansions.
Шаман уже вышел. Второй сейчас выйдет. Волча разбил, по-моему, лечение Shadowhunter.
And being very annoying, to be honest. And he's not even carrying a single damage item, as opposed to the Keeper.
The Grunt's kind of eating acid bombs there a little bit, but the Alchemist
Нет.
has to back away.
У Кипера нет персоналки.
Keeper would love to be level 3. Yeah. Very annoying. He could
Там Блейд застрял.
Сетка,
сетка. Ой-ой-ой, а что ты отпускаешь-то? А, вот. Ну все, первая потеря со стороны Лавлета. Так, когти. Ну, Блейд вообще бесполезный, по сути. Ну, что вот он сейчас делает с первым уровнем? Думаешь, он там много урона нанесет? Сомневаюсь. Мне кажется, 2 гранта даже больше урона нанесут. Единственное, вот поотменять какие-нибудь здания. Ой-ой-ой, персоналку делай, дурак. О, минус Блейд. Ну, в принципе, первый уровень. Дешевле, чем грант.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of nice things for Laliat there as well. He realizes the Shadowhunter's
Чем будет
creeping is
в
so
алтаре
quick
воскрешать?
and the expansion was a little bit delayed and he lost a Huntress. Then he just goes for an AP. Hitman sees, oh no, he's building an AP and I want to push with the Shadow level 3.
На что он надеялся? Он видел сову. Надо было с другой стороны подбегать. А, там тоже сова была. И там вверху сова. Так, ну Лавлет. Первый пофиг. Да, конечно. Там даже грант дольше создается. А, нет, грант быстрее создается. Хотя я не знаю. Ну, третий Шадухантер уже вторые змейки, да? Да, вторые змейки. Неплохо. Так, ой-ой-ой. Корни будет тратить? Ну, там шаманы есть мана. Уже Блейд прибежал, здравствуйте. Строится экспанд Хитмана. Тут, кстати, Хантресса сдохла. Пудж будет тратить, нет? Совы вообще везде просто. Все палят. Протектор вот этот противный может настрелять нормально. Хитману сейчас, наверное, важно, чтобы не отменили его эксп. По бараку начинает работать. Сзади в шаманов хотел забежать. Угу, конечно. Шаманов мало. Слушай, за место нормально, тут Лавлет, в принципе, преимущество у него есть. Шадухантер уже без маны. Ой-ой. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Ты куда, алло? Капец.
40, 50 health, cancel on the south. Could he buy a potion of vulnerability? He would die going into the shop right now. And a lot is going to be lost for Hitman in the process of getting out of here.
Yeah, he's on the run. Ой-ой-ой.
58 на 38. Походу это 1-0.
Waited for Hitman to go way deep into his base, use some wisps. Not even really to connect, but he bought a little bit of time and attacks that were being spent on that. And immediately after Lolight, he knows now that he can just creep the merchant easily, start grabbing some scroll, perhaps some invuln. And on the other side, Hitman just has to go.
А что ты будешь делать, Хитман, когда к тебе сейчас придут? Башни строить из бетона. Потому что его все равно пробьют. Второй Блейд, только сейчас, прикинь. 11 минут игры, второй Блейд. Да вообще, как бы, он агрессивно, да, пришел.
So Laliat is massively ahead. Mana Stone, though, that is obviously, you know, one of the better items on the map, and that's going to be huge for the Shadowhunter. Laliat goes down to the lab and going to creep himself. Hard to say if Hitman's in fighting shape. He's down supply, of course, but Lightning Shield and the Shadowhunter can always carry.
Loliat is doing very archer heavy. I think that's because some grunts died. There's only 3 grunts right now. You know, if there was 5 or 6 against this many archers, it can be very dangerous. Maybe identified, okay.
Арчей много, арчей.
Serpent Wars are going to be scary. Maybe even calculated that the Berserker was going to be bought, but now still melee weapons being researched, so some attack upgrades being researched for Hitman as well. 43 supply to 63 though, you know, like Warcraft 3, you don't need to look at the supply as much as StarCraft 2, but it's still pretty important here.
Yeah, and Hitman is of course waiting for his bestiary as well, so the supply will rise.
Второе лечение у Шадухантера. Или Хекс возьмет.
Or rather, heal scroll going to be very, very important from this shop. Laliat already has one, will probably have two soon. Worth noting that, you know, the upkeep is costing Laliat quite a bit. Hitman could catch up in supply if Laliat gives a little bit more space, but he probably won't now that his Alchemist is level 3.
Definitely should replenish some mana first, perhaps, because his keeper is actually
Лавлет уже плюс
on
1000
very low
ресурсов.
mana right now. I guess clarity
Так,
is out there
пришел.
for the Alchemist.
Окей.
And Hitman's the one to
Магазин
push
забрать,
again
пока
here.
время есть. Навряд ли он
53
успеет.
supply. He's got quite a good amount of mana for himself to work with. Shadow is 4.2.
Ой, сколько там виспов. Вот сейчас будет взрыв. Там протектор перекопался. Не, позиция так себе. Хитман выходит из лимита, но у Лавлета все равно больше лимита. И грейды хорошие. Так, минус контресса тут же. Так, разводим. Разводим шаманов, там могут сейчас. Все равно не уверен в своих силах, это заметно.
He's just trying to buy time perhaps to catch up in supply, doesn't want to actually engage.
Laliat struggled to actually properly engage into this. Now he's like, I'm so sick of these snakes on this mother trucking map. Going for the push with the wisp.
На экспанде нет магазина. Это может быть проблема.
Against this, you have to send the shamans back, try to target the wisp with as much as possible. If you ignore them entirely,
Так, Кадой пришел хорошо. На свитке ускорения прям врывает. Ой, сколько там виспов! Ё-моё. Шадухантер, у него просто куча маны. Взрывай, давай. У Блейдмастера нет инвула, все. Опять перекупывают. Свитка вообще жестко не хватает. Да, надо потихоньку к магазину подтягиваться. Да, заказ хороший у Хитмана. Все равно врывается, но, блин, сейчас стенка из грантов упадет и будет все пипец. Там еще свиток зверя, еще протектор пришел пешком. О, еще блейд. Минус блейд. Ой, как жестко. Ну там Шадухантер может быть пятый. Это вот третье лечение, скорее всего, потому что там будет переход в арчей постепенно. Но эльф пустой. Пятый. Что выберет? Ников. Правильно, да. Шадухантер сбегал пешком до магазина. Шаманы пустые. Продолжает виспов взрывать. Вот в чем прикол. Пропил бутылку, и все, у него больше. Он 2 бутылки уже пропил за сражение. Ну, экспанд может упасть. Это будет критично. Ты лайс не накинешь ничего. Минус Кадой. Став.
Shadowhunter 4.8, he's barely killed anything, but he's losing everything once he engages there. This DPS from the Night Elf army just...
Пятый. Что выберет? Третье лечение. Окей. Так, пришел Блейд, но... Лагай. Третий Блейд, третий. Иллюзия. О, это ГГ. Там экспанд не работает. Это 1-0. Вот так вот. Блин.
Hitman went for crit level 2 and died literally 1 second later. So much for those crits.
Unfortunate. Yeah, the heroes can always carry, but not if they're dead and not if they don't have mana. Which was the reality at the end of the game for both of those Orc heroes. For Laliat, he seemed to play quite a clean game. It really came down to that. I think you were exactly right with that Scroll of the Beast. He should have just gone to the Mercenary camp. He should have never pushed that Expo. The fight didn't go his way. He could have got the Berserker and it would have been beautiful.
Может быть, поменьше качества поставить. Смотреть же можно будет. Надеюсь, без лагов будет.
Championship, and one of them is the Demo Man as a weatherman. What's the Warcraft weather like currently, Remo? Talk to us.
Well, it's looking quite pleasant. It might be autumn here. Hitman perhaps not having the best time, but for Lawlight, he turned around nicely. It was a good early game for Hitman, but here we have the big overextension. Hitman pushes past the middle, going in quite deep, somehow ends up behind enemy lines. We see the front line revolves around here, and positioning in this matchup extremely important. Hunters and Grunts are there to block, but what's really doing the damage is the ranged units in the back. We have the archers down here, perfectly protected. They really can't be dealt with at all. And all the meanwhile, they're shooting arrows, doing damage. Ideally, want to connect with the Blade Master.
Что-то он говорит про хорошую позицию, то что арчи нормально, да, так стреляют.
Going a bit too deep to defend all that. So for Light, this fight is looking great. Hitman, his range damage is supposed to be the Serpent Wards. They're also going to have good range and can fire away, especially able to take out these Huntresses quickly.
Он показывает, вот эти стреляют сюда, те стреляют туда.
But we had hardly any. He went in really ham. Normally with this Orc army, you try to take a position, set up the Serpent Wards, the Snake Pit as we like to call it, and then fight with many of these Serpent Wards at the same time. But Hitman seemingly got a bit overeager, a bit impatient, and because of that, this fight is going to go Lawlight's way. Great positioning, Hitman. It seemed like this early game was absolutely amazing, as we saw with the Keeper not being able to level for so long, and then here at this moment, deciding to go for the Alchemist around. Until now, maybe he can eject without losing too much, but here now he commits for the Alchemist, and that is going to fail. Alchemist will not fall. The Shadowhunter almost dying himself. Great save there by Hitman, by the way. Double speed scrolls, he barely gets away. I think the replay isn't quite going to show it all, but we remember the highlights. He fogs around the trees and barely saves his second hero, but it wasn't quite enough, and Lawlight takes the first map with that. And that means we're going to go into a short break now before we come back with map 2.
Да, все только начинается первая игра. Ну, все равно было близко. Что-то надо делать с экспандом. Либо свой раньше строить, либо все-таки пытаться отменить эльфийский. Ну, видишь, если ты эльфийский не отменишь за одну волну, то как бы потом уже будет все тяжелее и тяжелее. Ну да, а если ты второй уровень начнешь получать, кипер получит третий. А если он получит третий, как бы там тебя могут задавить вообще с выходом Shadowhunter. Поэтому и я так думаю, то что бегают из-за этого.
The DreamHack Warcraft Free
Если
Championship
герой, допустим,
is brought
кипер
to
первого
you
уровня
by
и Блейд первого, то
Milton
выигрывает
Gaming
больше орк.
and Coinbase.
And we are back with our second semifinal of the day, about to go into the second map from this series. So far, looked pretty close at times, but then once they got into the fights, Laliat seemed to dominate Hitman at every corner.
The weather pleasant, according to Remo. I feel like if you ask Hitman, he'd say it was raining bows and glaives, or arrows and glaives. On that first map, we'll see if that's the case as well in map number 2. We're going to be playing on Conceal Hill here between those two players. One of the maps that you almost always see in series. Let's jump right into it, starting in the top right hand sides.
Здесь на этой карте легче орку играть.
It is Laliat.
And in the bottom left, on the ropes, for one of the first times actually in this tournament from America, it is Hitman.
Ну да, все правильно.
And Concealed Hill, I would expect a relatively standard game yet again. This map, when it first came out, it was
По-другому сейчас он начинает
became popular. They
через
kind of
барак.
synced up with each other, and this map is, as you pointed out, always played in even best of threes, sometimes even best of ones. We see this map. It is kind of the gold standard for Orc against Night Elf, so I'd expect, again, pure standard, again, an expansion attempt from both players, again, Grunt Shaman, and again, Keeper versus Blade Master.
In the recent series that Hitman played against Laliat, again, that was only 2 weeks ago. On Autumn Leaves and Northern Isle, he played the Tier 3 style, but Conceal Hill, that was the map where he said, okay, I can't do that style here, and he played standard with the Expo and staying Tier 2 the entire time.
Yeah, the map is very, very large. To get from main base to expansion, or expansion to expansion, especially, it's a long rush distance, which makes it quite easy not to creep the expansion. It's the hardest expansion in the whole map pool currently really to creep, but easy to secure it and easy to hold it later on just because it takes 30-40 seconds to walk.
Может быть, вместо Винволка взять иллюзии.
That's why we tend to get into two-base macro games, and we tend to go into the late game. If ever we're going to have a 30, 40, 50-minute game, it's going to be here on Concealed Hill.
This is a map where if I was an Orc, I would be so paranoid about the AP, because I feel like as a spectator, personally, I've seen it so many times and tucked in different corners, and you kind of have to check for all of them at the perfect time, and if you even just barely miss it, we've seen that Ancient Protector allowing the Night Elf to do so much damage at times with it. Lowlight again with a class of attack here. 2 games out of 2 opening item. He has to be pretty happy with this. I mean, we saw him before get, you know, a little bit annoyed at the first ring that he dropped, but so far perfect drops. Hitman, what does he get? Oh my god, not like this.
To be fair, though, it's not as terrible on a Blade Master as it might be on an Archmage. It's good later on against the Acid Bomb,
he's gonna get it!
Focus Fire.
Oh my god!
No way.
He got it.
He actually did get it.
Level 2.
Oh my
Серьезно, он добил
God.
пионом?
Да,
он добил пионом.
First one, Laliat smiling, you can see on the right-hand side. That's the first one of the tournament. We haven't seen any of those. Oh my lord.
Is it greedy to just go away with your keeper like this, or is it just, you know,
Keeper, сука, всё равно второй уровень
somehow
получил.
the archer damage? Because I saw this coming. I saw the archer damage was going to do enough for the peon to finish it.
Yeah, well, generally you'll creep both at the same time. That's quite standard. Here we're going to see it again.
A replay of a
He attacked it twice!
Yeah,
he attacked it twice! Oh no! And the reason that can happen is because he's the multitasking of creeping both camps. He was just starting to set up.
Как он так делает на этой точке, что он не докидывает?
His attention was gone just for a second. You saw him move the attack on the
Блин, я вот
core,
прохожу
and then
сквозь,
probably
один
looked
раз,
away,
по-моему,
and
получалось 6
the
из
peon
10.
gets the last hit. An excellent play for Hitman. Not, of course, the end of the world, but it will certainly delay the level 3 keeper. The Blade's almost level 3, though.
Yeah, that's insane. He started, like, he got level 2 so quick, thanks to this little snipe. You know, it might not seem like much. He's like, yeah, it's just a creep. No. It's so important to be able to get that. So now we got...
Вот смотри, сейчас он по-другому играет. Сейчас он не бегает, а крипится.
He already has dust. This archer is dead here. That's going to be a little bit more experience going to Hitman, unless there can be a deny from that hunt. I mean, that's a long shot here.
It doesn't look like the Huntress is going towards. It will be 40 experience in the bag. That'll be very, very close. Any kill, I believe, even a Wisp at this point, will grant the level 3 Blade, but the Keeper is creeping. Not that efficient, though. 1 Treant here. Oh, did he only summon 1 Treant, perhaps? He should have 2 here.
Probably not. I think just it worked out this way, like with the damage on the trance. And also he wanted to play it safe, right?
Yeah.
Like he could have gone for the merchant, but it's a much tougher camp here than these little murlocs. If there's even a chance that the blade might be on you, you don't want to do that because then it's going to steal everything and you'll be in even more trouble. All right, Blade. 1 kill away from level 3. Does he steal the murloc?
He can get both.
So.
I think this is guaranteed. Gets that, gets the tree, and even the crit to steal the deal. Why not? There's level 3 on the blade against 2.7 on the keeper. All right, Staff of Teleportation, of course, on the blade, looking for the Tree of Life. Also has to keep an eye on that Ancient Protector you pointed out earlier. Plenty of spots, and now it is nighttime, and Night Elf always has the advantage of having Ultra Vision that Lolite has already upgraded, and the Orc does not. Wisps on the menu, apparently that's 1. The level 3 blade does so much damage. 1 crit could almost
Посмотрим.
Oh, you blocked the wisp from going on the left.
Мне тоже кажется, у него начало сейчас получше.
We had 1-2-3 peasant, Carson. Can we get 1-2-3 wisp here, perhaps in this game?
Во, пошел дамаг, пошел.
I mean, yes, Night Elf has Ultra Vision, but so does Hitman, I feel like, in this game. Because he set up 1 on the top left-hand side, 1 in the bottom right, and he sees so much thanks to these 2 sentry wards here.
Yeah, seemingly he's confident to find.
Он выводил виспов, надеялся, чтобы... Да нет, там второй винволк, он в любом случае убежит. На крайняк персоналка есть. Нет, здесь он блейда не потеряет. О, а здесь застройка. Лол. Вот видишь, почему застройка? Потому что Кипер прокачался. А Кипер третий, в принципе, должен контрить третьего блейда. Ой-ой-ой. О, алхимик, да, будет? 2 гранта, делается 3-й, шаман. Опа. Сейчас должен догадаться, что его могут застраивать. Да, догадался. Или нет? Да, алхимик, 4 хантресы. И это прям жесткая будет застройка с 3 протекторами. Да, он видит протекторы. Вот гранта вот здесь вот. Зачем вот он полез? Может отменит? Нет, не отменит протектор. Персоналку нужно? Да, сделал персоналку сразу. Сейчас бетон можно сделать. Не, он здесь отобьется.
Shadow is 1.6. Yeah, this is quite the investment for Lolite too. Unlike the single Ancient Protector,
идут протекторы.
He can overreact to 3 Ancient Protectors. He can go for that Demolisher. He can even go for immediate reinforced defenses if Hitman wants once he has the gold. You can just straight up counter these and you'll be ahead. So Hitman, if he gets that Demolisher out, if he can get reinforced defenses, which is on the way, if he can get out of this without losing too much.
Не дает, смотри, сесть. Хорош.
Top of that AP, blocking the route for now. Nature's Blessing is now finished, but as you mentioned, it took a little too long there, but soon these APs will be throwing some boulders.
Сейчас не...
And now he maybe could go for an expansion, but instead he's going for Tree of Eternity.
Так, у меня вылетело 3D мяча. Так, протекторы вообще сели жестко. -1 протектор. Так, отбиваемся. Чисто хантрес, можно даже хедхантеров добавить.
But I think he's bought himself some decent time. I do think Hitman probably ahead after this. Yeah. But he's got 8 supply now in Demolishers.
Yeah, which is not the most effective in fights. It's okay against hunts, even though they're gonna be.
Блять, лагает даже на 720.
Сука. The transition for Lolite is probably gonna be mass archers.
Yeah.
And we're not seeing the situation like we saw in focus against.
Oh, the blade. No shop. Okay.
He still has no healing wave actually. That's the big problem here.
Успевает спасти прям.
Yeah, I think mass archers behind this makes a lot of sense because there's not many grunts and he forced fortress starts. Liquid fire.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying before, is like if neither player has an expansion, how do you get the better army? You can't get the supply advantage, just both tend to go tier 3. So we're gonna see probably the Bloodlust, the Pit Lord, what you mentioned. We saw in Autumn Leaves previously in their last series. Now we're gonna see on Concealed Hill. That last AP is being, as annoying as it possibly can, and the shop is being rebuilt. Yeah, that blade almost died. That's definitely a possibility now that the Keeper's level 3, but Hitman has to play it a little bit safe for a little while longer.
Пытается закопаться в лесу. Да не, как-то все равно достанут.
Mirror image eventually to break away from that entangle and acid bomb as well, because that's always super dangerous. Lolite is still sticking around here. He's trying to buy a little bit more time, which is a bit surprising. I don't think he's expecting to really be able to achieve any kill onto this army, and Hitman still being very cautious. I think he knows that by now this has been defeated.
Там Т3, смотри, там потом уже делается. Ты пропал на минуту. Да, я знаю. Бывает такое фигня с интернетом.
Yeah, it can go all the way around too and eventually root.
50 на 50. Ну там преимущество, там Т3, там будет арба. И просто арчи, наверное. Или нет?
Yeah, I feel like he's given a bit too much respect to the army that was very, very low. This Demolisher, they keep wanting to be friends with the Ancient Protector, but they're overstaying their welcome, just like this AP has.
Какой наглый протектор, сколько он живет уже? Сколько времени на нем потерял? Оп-оп-оп, давай. Бля, чуть-чуть, там буквально 1-2 секунды.
Actually, he wasn't paying attention. He could have stolen the item, I think, if he had been a little quicker, but it was a greater healing that went to the Alchemist.
I'm wondering, now with these two Demolishers, do you grab a Zeppelin?
Думаешь, будет медведи?
Oh, Blade Master. Oh, no, the Blade Master, the focus fire. Oh, he didn't go Aura
вот про эти моменты, как так?
That's the level 3 Blade. A massive mistake from Hitman there.
Да, сейчас если Shadowhunt'ра поймают, ну, там все-таки ускорение есть. Вау. Или он будет красную забирать? Ну-ка. Что, серьезно будет сражение?
Very shortly, perhaps one shaman dies pretty much instantaneously. That's terrible. Before going into Bloodlust, you want to keep every unit alive. He did drop a greater mana at least.
Yeah, that's gonna help out a ton. The Tree of Life also coming up right now.
Сражается, смотри. Ну, там большая бутылка есть маны. Мне охота бы ее сейчас тратить. Нету блейда, он выйдет только через минуту. 3-й уровень. Shadowhunter, блин, не хватает немножечко до 3-го. Да, он в базу заходит. Понимает все как плохо. Здесь экспанд. Там строится экспанд. Опа. Опа-на. Вот это прикол. Минус эксп.
Yeah, Lolite has no stuff. No stuff of preservation, no stuff of teleportation.
Oh my god, could he TP maybe? It might be worth it.
I think he might just let it die and defend with like the one archer. Claws plus 12 picked up here.
Третий.
Give that to the keeper. Actually, keeper would have 2 claws and then eventually he's supposed to get orb. Yeah. Which so far he has only given to the priestess.
Oh, the alchemist, the keeper.
Отменил.
Was canceled. The alchemist has to be careful.
Можно вырубить просто в дереве. Ну, короче, в лесу вырубить площадку, туда посадить катапульты, и они пусть стреляют. И ловлету придется либо свой дирижабль строить, покупать.
This is very Night Elf Miri. Yeah.
Very unorthodox.
Here there is Al, which he underestimated one time. If he does again and loses that Zeppelin, that would be disastrous here. Isn't it really hard for this army to deal with Bloodlust? Like when there is a whole bunch of Bloodlusted and healing wave?
Yeah, the issue
Принес ману.
If there is a bunch of wisps there, the shamans can Bloodlust everything. He detonates it. They bloodlust everything again. He detonates.
Да, он вложил бабло, а толку не принесло. Так. Дальше продолжает крипиться.
He never turns in on automatic?
Not often. He normally casts it before the fight, but if he gets caught out of
У Хитмана
maybe he will.
Bloodlust и Т3.
Если
сейчас еще блейду купить арбу, то будет мощно. И кадой бы желательно сгрейд. Ой-ой-ой-ой.
The creepjack, the serpent wards are there, but not the biggest of snake pits currently.
Oh my god, the shadow is taking so much
damage. Ой-ой-ой.
trying to retreat here. 35 hit points, and he's poisoned. Hitman, can he make it out? The Blade Master gets targeted next. He has nothing to break away from there. He's gonna take down.
Да ладно, неужели 2-0?
What a catch by Lola to show up at this timing here.
Опять Блейда отдал.
Hitman yet again. It looked good for Hitman after he had defended, but he loses Blade Master carelessly.
Yeah.
And then immediately behind this insane creepjack cost him dearly as well. He's getting plus 3 armor.
Yeah, that's so expensive too. 375 lumber for that.
Да не, он не выкупит его. Он его в алтаре восстанавливает.
One of them went down actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Priestess staffs back. And the Blade's been killed 5 times now in this series. Maybe 4 of those were avoidable for Hitman so far. And the Blade, 70 seconds. The Shadow's creeping, still has a strong army, and it's still even supply, but Laliat, 1,200 gold. I wouldn't be surprised to see Chimeras in this game.
Yeah, it seems like against an opponent that's getting so many grunts and not really much anti-air.
Ну, я не знаю, как здесь. Осталась одна точка красная. Сейчас на нее Хитман идет. Все, Лавли это заметно начинает выходить.
And he's looking for another favorable fight. This Al has done so much for Lolites. He's so good at sending it in the right place and seeing everything he needs to see.
Yeah, it's proven that Bottom is not just an aura bot, not just an orb carrier, but also quite a good hero.
Так, Хитман тоже из лимита выходит. Экспанд
пошел.
Там кто-то желтый там что-то ходит, может дирижабль летает, палит.
15 seconds for the Blade that should definitely buy a potion of vulnerability now. He has not bought one the entire series. Heal scrolls quite important as well against the Huntresses and the Acid Bomb.
What could he get against Chimps?
Ну да, конечно. Не инвул, ничего.
Chimeras come out, then he's probably done for. But of course, you just go for bats if you do have a bestiary already and some raiders. And Ancient of Wind was built.
Кстати, 3 грейда на броню.
Fairy dragons?
Опа.
They got buffed in the last
Firewall or Pitlord?
Yeah, that could be.
And I think he's anticipating Tri-Hero because Hitman
Это чтобы по тму контрить, да?
goes for the Pitlord third.
Yeah. There we see
Yo, Auri.
Terror, of course. Huge cleave, huge, and just having a tank in the front. Something to be focused other than the Blade is important, even if it dies. First really big fight that could be described as even 64 against 61.
Купи инвул, Блейду, ты чё, алё?
Wisps find their mark at the back of the Bloodlust. The Pit Lord getting to half HP. The Blade. Oh my god.
Не, давят его.
There's just nothing Hitman can do to keep his heroes alive, it seems like.
Yeah, it's heal waves level 2.
Все, нет Bloodlust.
Like he would need it level 4 at this point. Yeah. With how much damage is being applied to his army. Finally, the grunts get a good front line at the front. And there is a heal scroll.
Минус Блейд.
He's getting targeted again. Uses that on time. Purchase away.
Да, блин, как он живет у него? Его все равно давят. Шаманы пустые почему-то. А, ну да, из-за виспов.
Just feels so easy for him. He just goes into the fight, kills whatever's at the front, and then if he sees one hero a little bit too far, or where they're supposed to be, because they're
возле магазина еще есть, конечно, шансы.
Takes those down with the entangle and acid bomb.
Very, very well done. As soon as that Blade is in the front line, just like Happy did earlier against Moon to the Demon Hunter to the Keeper, now is happening to the Blade Master. The Grunts are all falling. They're attacking an Alchemist. They need to get to the back to attack those archers. They are the damage source now. The Pit Lord.
Два кольца у Питлорда, плюс 4. В смысле плюс 4? По 2? А, там...
The Shadow needs level 5 super bad. Like, Healing Wave level 3 would do so much for him. He still has the Greater Mana here. If Hitman's somehow able to kill a bunch of units here, maybe even that Priestess, that would be amazing for him. The Blade Master being targeted. Priestess still has the Greater Healing on the Alchemist. Use the Blade goes down once more. Staff out on the Alchemist. Priestess being attacked, but that's only by the Pit Lord there. He uses the Infinite. He's gonna get out with all of the heroes alive. He lost, I guess, his punt front line, but I don't think he cares too much at this point with how much he just killed, and he knows that Hitman has no expansion.
Yeah, Laliat just has all the answers, the staff perfectly on time, the push and vulnerability is just there, the talent portal is there, and all the archers are still there, the expansion is mining.
Шкатулку будет строить? Да, пошел шкатулку делать. Ну, без Блейда-то вообще не отобьешься. Ну, тоже отчаянная такая попытка. А Лавлиет прям тут на этот экспант идет.
Finally cleaning up that Demolisher that might have actually been better used in that last fight to
Да,
kill those Huntresses even
да.
faster. The Blade might just need to be Tavern revived. 107 seconds until the Blade is back and these Night Elf heroes are even getting stronger, but nothing to save them from hero focus currently.
Lola didn't even use these Ancient of Wind, by the way. I wonder what he made it for. I think maybe Talons could have been good against Grunts. Maybe you're overthinking it. Maybe you just wanted a Hippo to get rid of this pesky Zeppelin.
True, yeah.
But then he
Ну,
left one
экспанд хотя бы работает, да? Сейчас можно в полтинник быстрее выйти. 50, даже 55. Закупает Блейда. Ну, блин, Блейд-то вообще без маны, без хп. Сейчас, если быстро его отрегенить... Ой, там уже почти четвертый алхимик. Лул, там так много арчей. И самое главное, мне решает количество грантов и мана у шаманов.
And the Blade got his potion stolen that Hitman has desperately needed. I count now 6 Blade Master losses in 2 maps, I believe it was.
Давай, Хитман, ну. Что там такая кучка вообще, Армения, о чем? Серьезно. Как он собирается отбиваться, не знаю. 54 элемента, там больше в заказе.
So confident to target fire immediately onto the pit lord. Usually
Не-не-не, это ГГ.
Oh my god.
So much damage. I mean, he doesn't even have time to use anything. Lowlight goes up 2-0.
Он отдался на фонтане жестко. Вот это был ключевой момент. Слил Блейд, да, на отступлении пару юнитов отдал. Чуть-чуть Shadowhunter не отдал.
Yeah, just plays very well strategically, and also he saved those APs for game 2, which I quite like. He didn't.
Что-то он не похож на 30-летнего. Я вот ему лет бы, наверное, 20 дал.
Is it 1? Is it 3? Do I need to overreact? Do I need to scout for this expansion? He's gonna have so much going through his head, and he's already down 0-2.
Ну вот, что Блейд сделал за бой? Ударил раз в 7 от силы. 7-10 раз, все. Там Грант больше ударов наносит.
Heartbreaking loss for Hitman. Beautiful early game start all with the peon. Then he defends the AP push. And it seems like this game is his. Wants to keep creeping with the Shadowhunter, of course. But also wants
Да, наверное, может быть, попробовать другого героя взять.
With this guy. Blade Master here, a bit eager. And this is where the crucial mistake happens. First, he's just trying to get a last hit, maybe. Cheeky little play, by the way. Gets entangled first. Sticks around. No detection because he wants the tome. Did it for the Twitch chat. Picks up the tome here. So far, so good. But then, and this is the gut-wrenching move. We have the Owl. I think he wasn't anticipating the Owl. Owl summoned Blade Master.
7000.
And this is where all of NA
Вот тупая была отдача.
Because the Blade Master is killed. And all the momentum that
Все-таки Блейд 3-го уровня.
Washed away. And from there on, Lawlight takes the lead. Hitman perhaps still with a decent chance this game, but until then, huge lead. And here it all falls apart with the Blade Master dying once again. Now 2-0 lead for Lawlight. Rough position for Hitman. And before we see map 3, we're gonna give over.
Значит, сегодня у нас будет Лавлет против Хэппи играть. Ладно. Все чаще лагает. Давай спустимся. Ну, наверное. Ну, буду верить в лучшее. Давай, собирайся, Хитман, с мыслями. Я даже не знаю, наверное, Хэппи лучше играть с Лавлиетом. Полегче будет. Все-таки орк это орк против андеда. Во все времена андеды боялись орков. Ну, по крайней мере, все андеды так говорят. Ладно, я наперекор. Да, третью игру он сейчас все нормально сделает. Надеемся.
The DreamHack WC3 Championship is brought to you by Norton Gaming and Coinbase.
We're back. Laliat dominating in 2 maps now. Hitman struggling, not just with the early games, but with the Blade Master later on. A ton of losses so far, more than a handful even, and now we're going into Last Refuge, which could potentially be no easier. This is a map that Hitman has struggled on in the past, not against the Keeper, not against the Blade Focus Fire, but the Talons.
Absolutely. Let's jump right into it. Carson here. Last Refuge, our third map, starting in the bottom left-hand side of the map, in the red trunks, the Night Elf player from South Korea. It is Laliat.
In the upper right, potentially playing his last game at this tournament at DreamHack. It is Hitman. All right, we'll have to keep an eye on those altars to see, will it be a Demon Hunter, will it be a Keep? The Keeper is suboptimal, to say the least, on this map, but it has been played in the past for Hitman. I would expect a Blade Master. But yeah, Talon's very, very likely here.
Is there any cheer message in the chat that works for Hitman? like the froggy for Foggy and stuff?
He does have an emote. He's got the Blade Master in front of the American flag.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah.
Так, началось. Кипер.
Right? What's happening?
I'm cursed.
Блейд. Нет, он все равно будет Блейда играть.
The opposite happens. I just said it was bad on this map, but apparently it's good, and you know, pros do know best. So Laliat, of course, has a way to play this that makes it much.
Хотя бы не в ноль, давай Хитман не в ноль.
Хотя
Хотя бы однерочку. Одну победу-то надо.
Previously in Anaheim. And he went Talons at tier 2 with the Keeper.
Странно, у него на ладере 65% или 63% против Лалайта.
We'll see if Laliat plays standard with the Keeper or maybe lures or wins at tier 2.
Yeah, perhaps a bit of a mind game. Laliat, he's one of the rare elves that when I've seen him play with, I think it was Lors and Panda second, looked incredible. He's so good at leveling that Panda, knowing when to fight and really like frying the Orc army the way you should do it. And I've been super impressed in this tournament. Like he's
Рабочего заказывает на 21 лимита. Ну да, в принципе, это на разведке умрет. Колечко выпадает. Так, а здесь?
Absolutely incredible. Perfect against Foggy as well, like which was I think a surprise to a lot of people. It's almost like we slept on this guy the whole time.
Yeah, I think absolutely.
Цирклетка получше.
To kind of do that. But yeah, he's proving us time and time again really be a big favorite here.
He drops the ring finally.
There we go.
Прятался? Да. О, надо запомнить это место. На ластере фьюз вверху. Кто купил?
Do you have a chart going in a Google
Нифига
Doc
себе, где
right
он
now,
купил.
just keeping track of all the first items?
It's not a chart, it's just the first items. Ring loses, class wins.
Кипер, наверное, втихаря хочет прокрипить.
Blade with a nice circlet, actually, that he did find. Could even buy another one later on. Gonna take the priest wards.
Грамотно делает.
Illusions can also be good to help you even creep those.
Только орки так могут.
On last refuge, the keeper in a weird position.
Бутылка выпала.
Be able to maybe take away that ogre magi. He's gonna pull it.
По артефактам, значит, работает.
This will be mana heavy, but he does have full mana. Interesting creep.
Ух ты. Блин. Хитман не прочитал эту фигню. А, нет, он не успевает уже сюда прибежать. Оп. Оп. 2 кольца, вот это пробей называется, Кипер. Давай, ударь по мне.
GG.
GG. Какой GG? Так. Ну, корни, конечно же, Арчер спасается. О, да ладно, ладно. Хорошо. Нет, корни смысла нет тратить, он все равно уйдет. Во, да, алхимик будет сильный. Да нет, сейчас там мана будет на вимолк. И все. Так, чекают виспов.
Yeah, that's going to be Shadow Hunter before Alchemist, absolutely. The Grunts, I think, we're just looking for an Ancient Protector, but route where you can go put 5 wards on the high ground at the lab, and you can actually creep that lab with your Shadow Hunter alone. So that could be what Hitman's looking for. The Blade uses that replenishment potion to get that
Экспанд не строится.
And he's now looking for an expansion.
Совы делаются. Ага, висп. Понял. Не задиспелил. Блэд, блин, еще бы кого-нибудь убить. Ой-ой-ой. Персоналки нет. А, есть персоналка, все нормально. Ударь, ударь. Ударь. Да, блокпаст накинет. Вот сейчас гранты добьют, будет второй. 4-я Хантресса. Как он видит? А, сова стоит. Маны нету на прикопку. Нормально уходит. Так, замазка еще есть. Возвращаться опасно. Сетку кинули. Ну это явно будет экспанд. Шадоу-хантер вышел. Закуп. Обсерваторию, да, будет забирать? Без Блейда? Классно. А Блейд, кстати, может прибежать и отменить эксп. Персоналка есть. А вот сейчас знаешь, в чем проблема? Смотри, может с алхимиком, если крип джекнут. А, нет. Все, висп увидел. Нет, он все-таки будет свой экспанд защищать. Это хорошо.
So he might force the staff
immediately
because Hitman choose to stay. It's so hard to make the calculations here. Will he be able to get out? He's trying to win walk away, but there's Sentinel, there's the dust. Can the next entangle lands? He's not paying attention.
Doesn't realize. He's got a staff right now. He's got a staff the blade. Is it going to go down? Hitman with another mistake with the Blade Master. He can get behind the creep, but another acid bomb is definitely going to seal the deal. Suicides it, I believe.
Хитман, ё-моё. Что ты делаешь?
Man, that's just an unacceptable mistake from Hitman.
Циклон выпал. Циклон, кстати, может зарешать. Ну, поднимаешь алхимика в воздух. И он не лечит. Сбиваешь лечение. Там же диспела особо нету. Почему он не сделал персоналку? Вопрос. Вот здесь. Это реальная ошибка.
Yeah, he could just staff right there. The lab is quite difficult. You tend to have
Как
a
алхимик
low
там
HP grunt or a
достал
really low
свой.
HP Shadow Hunter. But obviously, at this level, you
Так.
need to be able to do both. And
Небольшой крипджек, Shadow
Loliot needs
Hunter,
to
ну
be
это
careful
фигня.
because that one to the wind you
Там
mentioned,
шаман есть, если что, диспл.
but the blade
И
is
мана
gonna
на
be
одну
quite
прикопку
wild another
только.
30 seconds.
Второй
He
шаман
didn't even get that
подходит.
expansion cancel either.
Так, делается грейд на броню. Алхимик второй. Прям так нагло крипит, да?
Already guaranteed $10,000 bucks, but if you were to win here, that's
Тролля
12
выкупает.
more, so 22 total, and a chance at $50,000 for the champion. Shadow Hunter. Whoa!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, you don't want to get another boulder thrown on him.
Everything's low.
Oh, the insta-air. Heal wave saves the shaman, but that grunt is certainly dead.
Вот тебе и крипджек,
The
алхимик
inner fire and
все-таки
everything,
успел.
the
Минус
freeze
грант.
healing just makes it way too difficult to creep in the
Shadow
face
Hunter,
of the
по-моему,
keeper. The
пустой.
blade is now going to be back, but Loliot is just
Вот
gonna
этого
get
сейчас
this
голема
quick
заберут,
camp.
а там
That's gonna be
артефакт
Alchemist level
хороший.
3.
Да, он даже сражаться за него не будет.
And he's not even doing anything really fancy. He's just doing perfect execution. Maybe he heard Happy in the interview. He's like, that guy's
Ну это как бы all-in. Вот с башнями ты говоришь all-in. Пойти на экспан. Он, по-моему, рабочих выводит, да. Изначально так играли против лифов. О, я здесь бетона нету. Бетон делается на половине только. Проблема, проблема. Ну, можно втихаря башни построить пока в это время, пока там... Ага, протектор. Хер с два ты построишь. Так, Пурч, минус Хантреса, хорошо. Третий.
That is what he needs for that shadow, but he's gonna have to wait. He's building a shop below the red camp, and then he can build 2 towers.
Да, тяжело. Магазин.
Reinforced defenses, though, or else Loliot is just
О,
gonna counterattack.
опа, быстрая реакция. Отменять надо башню. С питоном. Не, отменяй.
46 or 48
Отменяет там, да.
It is a winnable fight for Orc, but it's
Вот
not
тебе
gonna get any
застройка не
easier. That
удалась.
plus 2 attack is gonna kick in. Peons are found, shop is canceled.
Третий
Hitman.
алхимик.
Yeah, he might have to just try to expand here. He really might have to. This is looking like a very difficult situation to find the right response for Hitman.
Второе лечение, кстати, выбрал.
It's quite nice that he's able to secure that, but I think Loliot understands the spot that he's in now.
Hitman свой экспанд не строит. Сейчас будет атака. С третьим блейдом.
You're either gonna all in me, or you're gonna take a late expo against which I can just hit a perfect timing and finish this off and move on to the grand finals.
Рунные браслеты выпали. Ну, не везет на артефакт. Так, прям на мейн приходит. Так, можно барак успеть добрить? Нет, не успеешь. И опять же Блейд без инвула. Куча виспов сейчас взорвутся. Да, зачем сплитить? Нет, это ГГ, все, до свидания. Ой, если эта башня начнет по крипам атаковать, будет трэш. Минус Хантреса, 46 на 54. Отстраивается магазин за спиной. Shadow Hunter. Еще мана есть. Третий. Может, иллюзий качнешь? Блейда. Вот эти вот непонятные движения. А, там тоже без маны. Там кипер без маны. Прикопки нет. Хантрес сейчас упадут. Четвертый. Ману. Понимает, видит ману на прикопку. Хорошо. Ну, виспы отличили. Барак. 3-0. Да, тут уже, скорее всего, будет 3-0. Построилась башня. Вон где башню строит. Сейчас ее отменят. Отменяет, хорош. Подальше, да, надо. Вот здесь. Магазин есть, можно сражаться, можно держаться.
Level 2 heal wave is only 0.3 of a level away, and that's going to be impactful as well. Loliot with a ton of archers, mercenary support as well.
Вот этот барак нужно вырубить. Считай, у тебя все ближники, а он стоит и не дает нормальную позицию занять. А ситку для профилактики кидает. Фейспам хорош. Так, диспел.
You see what he's doing? He's engaging and he's saying, okay, you have to come down to me and then I'm gonna pull back the towers and serpent wards. I'm not gonna shoot anymore.
Сейчас еще проблема то, что ночь. Манвелла регенит. А тут даже делает. Нет, это конечно. Последний шанс на свитке ускорения ворваться. Как же Блейд просто отлетает моментально. Это ГГ. Минус Блейд. А, там ничего не осталось, там все гранты легли. 3-0. Давай, Хитман, иди тренируйся еще. Почему он ворвался? Потому что Ката стреляла по... Ну, баллиста стреляла по вышке, а если бы эта вышка сломалась, то все. Поэтому он ворвался на последнем. С последней надеждой. Сегодня что, все матчи будут 3-0? Ладно, понятно. Получается, за третье место играет Хитман против... Кого? Против Муна. А, за первое место будут драться Гэппи. Славлеет он. Вот тебе и эльфы.
I also want to say it looked good at times for him. Honestly, the early game for Hitman was always really good. He's known for preparing super well, having the right build, and he did. He got into a good position, but then gave it away.
Отчаянное окружение в надежде хоть что-то сделать. Шадухантер страдает. Он же спасся. И вернулся. Он почему-то не сплитит шаманов от виспов. У него все шаманы пустые, а против арчей в основном решает лайтинг щит. Ну да, здесь Блейда потерял, там Блейда потерял. Чё, ждем финал?
First hero dies, and as you said, it keeps happening this series. Suddenly the entire lead is gone. I think he could have still won it, but he should have won this game for sure after that early.
Yep, this was so close as well, right? The Shadow Hunter barely survives. You're waiting for the healing wave. It's almost there, but then the Blade Master goes down once more. I mean, perhaps not Hitman his best games, but Lolliot was flawless.
Прогноз на финал, ну конечно же Хэппи. Может, Лавлиет отожмет одну, максимум 2 игры.
Johan said it, he does walk away with $10,000, but for now it is all about Lolliot, who does make it through the grand finals of one of the biggest tournaments we've ever seen, and he will duke it out with Happy the Emperor in that grand finals. He is joined by Hajin and Neo, so Neo, take it away.
Thank you, Roddy. We have our grand final and this man is in it. Lolliot 3-0. The early games though, Lolliot, didn't look too great for you, but in every single map you had a wonderful.
Чё он так на кубок смотрит, Хэппи видел? На кубок он смотрит.
우선 결승에서 축하드립니다. 오늘 이렇게 3대0으로 지금 승리하셨지만 사실 초반에는 항상 약간 불리했던 것 같아요. 어떻게 역전하실 수 있었고 그 상황에 어떤 생각이 이제 드시던가요?
Так, я буду переводить. Ты боишься Хэппи? Да, я боюсь Хэппи. Я думаю, хотя бы минут 10 проезжаться с ним. Вот этот колец в начале, он может меня просто убить. Когда ДК намахивается, у меня сразу пукан срывает. А если там у Лича появляется арба, я уже как бы руки трясутся ГГ писать.
So actually, I was really nervous coming into this matchup because Hitman is a really good player, and so far I was like, oh, it's okay if I lose, but I really didn't want to look against Orc, you know, for the fans and all the viewers out there. So with the confidence I had, I think I was able to come back into these games.
And that looked really good. We know from Hitman that he hates to play the talents or against the talents, but you decided to go for mass hunts and archers. Why did you make that decision?
화이트맨 선수가 사실 탈론을 되게 싫어하는 걸로 알고 있는데 왜 오늘 아처랑 헌터리스를 선택하셨나요?
오크를 이기는데 탈론까지
Ну, как бы Hitman маленький еще.
충분하죠.
Не научился
We don't
играть.
need to go onto the talons to beat orc, you know. Archers and hunters are way enough.
All right, we've seen you play great against Night Elf, against Human, and now against
Почему?
Uh,
Orc. You will be facing the first undead of your journey here, and it's probably the strongest in the world. Going into this tournament, you must have known if you want
Ладно,
to win
пусть
this, you have to
поразговаривают.
go through happy. So
Я
you
пока
have something
отойду.
prepared.
Ждем
Are you
финал.
ready to take this trophy?
이번 대회 사실 언데드 말고 모든 종족을 만나셨는데 사실 이 대회에 오실 때 내가 정말 우승을 하려면은 어쨌든 언데드를 만나야 할 것이다. 그리고 세상에서 제일 잘하는 언데드를 이제 만나야 되잖아요. 좀 준비를 하시고 이제 이 트로피를 들어올리시려면 어떻게 해야 할까요?
사실 언데전을 준비를 안 하고 다른 선수들을 믿었는데 네, 다 실패를 했더라고요. 그래가지고 또 이제 해피 선수가 지금까지 맵을 한 경기도 내주지 않았기 때문에 일단 첫 번째 목표는 한 판을 이기는 거고, 방금 전에 듣기로는 대기실에서 제가 이기니까 해피 선수가 굉장히 또 좋아했다고 해가지고 또 분노가 끌어오르고 있기 때문에 제 120%를 발휘해가지고 최소 한 판 최대 이제 트로피를 제 걸로 가져오는데 노력하겠습니다.
I was actually hoping that the other players would take care of Happy, so I didn't really prepare, especially for this matchup against the Undead. And I heard earlier, just before the interview, that Happy was happy when he saw that I won the game. So my first objective was to win at least one game because Happy didn't drop any single map this tournament. So now I heard that, I'm a little bit angry and I'm going to play 120% of my performance to win the whole thing.
He should be scary for sure. Thank you,
Чего
Lolai.
ты-
Good luck in the grand finals.
Чего ты взял
We
то,
have a
что не
little bit of an
собаки
extended
едят?
break to give this man a bit of time to think. In 20 minutes, we start the biggest grand final of all time, and it's Happy versus Lolai.
Ой, 20 минут. Национальное блюдо в Корее. Фу. Фу. Ну, конечно, я бы тоже был в шоке. Ты будешь сейчас играть с тем, кто даже ни одну карту не отдал. Ага, каннибализм где есть. Да. Там вон даже на потолке Warcraft. Подожди, а когда голд? Или он будет вообще, нет? Зимний голд? Или был уже? Я что-то не особо прям слежу. Я так надеялся, что будет Хитман с Хэппи. %120% он будет выкладываться. Там Хэппи на 50% выложится, уже его уложит. А чё вы, я общался, кто в Корее живет, работает. Там лучшие условия. И народ там поспокойней. Ну, как я наслышан. Типа можно спокойно гулять в 2-3 часа ночи. Что? Да капец. Так. Посмотрим, я тоже думаю, Маздриат будет. Сейчас же мета такая. Спант, Маздриат. А, они еще даже не садились. Че? Да. Так, доминант там знает, кто кого что собак ест.
The DreamHack Warcraft 3 Championship is brought to you by Norton Gaming and Coinbase.
Is this worth it? I don't know if it's worth it. There's something going on with the expansion as well. Oh no, Foggy! He's gonna barely get it. Does he get it? The temporal, no! No way! 14 HP!
I think they all dead on the right-hand side. Panda down to 50%. Okay. Oh no, he split them. 96! Here's the split. Earth summons fire, saves the Panda, and maybe so it's tournament life.
Моменты, да, самые топовые.
What the? No!
Zeppelin! No way! The high ground! The shaman totally get it! No, he doesn't!
해피 선수가 보통 항상 결승을 가지만 저는 많이 떨어졌기 때문에 만날 기회가 없었는데 또 제가 드디어 원하던 1티어 대회 우승을 차지하는 데 있어서 굉장히 또 좋은 상대라고 생각이 들고요. 최근에 굉장히 많이 치고 해피 선수가 여기까지 올라오면서 진짜 어마어마한 모습을 보여줬지만 이번엔 제가 꼭 이기고 우승을 하도록 하겠습니다.
Losing in finals will be pretty bad, so for me it's just only about winning now.
Are you ready to lose?
Let's get it on.
It is time to write another chapter to the already rich history of Warcraft 3 as we enter a grand finals of epic proportions. Night Elf versus Undead, Lawliot versus Happy. I am joined by Todd and Carson over here at the desk as we are going to start previewing this grand finals where the winner will walk away with $50,000. Carson, in StarCraft 2 we have a saying, if the semi-finals are one-sided, we get a phenomenal final.
I hope so. I really do. I think Laliat has proven that he was a little underestimated at the beginning of the tournament and throughout the tournament even too. So I think he'll show up to play, and you know, Moon maybe didn't perform perfectly, but Laliat, I have high hopes that he will.
All right, Joe, and I'll get back to you soon, but obviously we want to hear from you guys at home who you think is going to win this grand finals and become the undisputed champion of Warcraft 3 in the year 2021. Hashtag hap for happy or hashtag law for Laliat. In with you guys later on. Johan, Happy has been absolutely phenomenal throughout this entire tournament. 10-0, he's been tested in multiple matchups as well. He beat Sock, he beat So, and he 3-0'd Focus, he 3-0'd Moon. How do you stop the Russia War Machine?
You need as close to a flawless game as possible, and to be honest,
реально высокий.
that's
Я
what
думал,
we saw
просто
from
остальные
Laliat
маленькие.
against Hitman. He was very close to flawless, didn't make many mistakes, punished every single mistake that was made by Hitman, but now he goes up against, I want to say almost Mr. Perfect, because Happy rarely makes any mistakes. If he loses, and you listen to what he has to say about some of these losses, it's because he had bad item drops, and I believe it at this point, because I feel like I almost never see him lose. Laliat, however, he has a 24% win rate against Happy so far in tournaments. It might not seem like much, but trust me, this is far above anybody else.
We're going to take a look at the head-to-head to see how these two shape up against each other. Carson, Happy has been close to perfect. It's almost
30-30.
you have to look at his game
тоже 30,
like,
я думал,
28. He could have killed that hero with Nova alone, but he used Coil Nova. That's like the biggest mistake he's made all tournament long. Like, how does he play this close to perfect Warcraft 3?
Yeah, and he's been like that online as well, and then he comes offline and he's just a straight killer still. Worth noting though, the last time they played Laliat and Happy in ESL Open Cup 83, which is about 9 weeks ago, Laliat actually won. And that was on bad ping, that was on a European host. Laliat probably had about 150 MS, so there is not high hopes, but definitely hopes.
As we're going to take a look at the picks and bans that they're coming in, I do want to address the amazing story that Happy has coming into this career. Because Todd, in 2008, he was already a phenomenal player. He crowned himself European champion, and I actually think Happy was even better than the results truly show. But perhaps it was holding him back then, or the map pool. He had a little side advantage in StarCraft 2. He was good in StarCraft, but eventually he returned to his one true love, that is Warcraft 3. I kind of feel that all the years of him dominating in Warcraft 3 have been leading up to this moment.
Absolutely, and it seems like him being a pro player on StarCraft also helped perhaps some aspects of his play. In Warcraft 3, he was one of the more patient players. He was willing to do things that other players weren't willing to do back then, also, like always being going to the longer macro games, for example, and maybe he just learned to care the most about finding the most perfect way for him to play the game, and it really translates into like his Warcraft 3 games where he's always looking for either
всем говорит на турнире, если ты выиграешь, слушайте, я найду, здесь под СМИ достану.
To attack or to expand. And
Потом на улице побазарим.
So much more versatile than in the past. In the past,
все такие, надо слить.
It looked very repetitive, and he was being criticized for that. Nowadays, we see him with so many different strategies, adapting to the opponents perfectly from map to map, and he's really putting it together beautifully.
A lot of love and a lot of praise for Happy, but obviously we got to give the same amount of praise to Laliat, who has
Вот тебе и Россия, чемпионы мира
по Warcraft. In 2017, he's won a tournament in 2021 as well. He had some success in the team leagues, but what is kind of missing is that one crowning achievement, and this would obviously absolutely be
Yeah, this is already quite a big achievement for Laliat, but getting that first place is something that he hasn't done a ton of times, and he had a little bit of adversity through this tournament, but definitely I think, again, I'll say, he was underestimated coming into it. He was not considered to be one of the top 4 players here. We thought it would definitely be Moon if a Night Elf in the Grand Finals, and here he is, and he just showed a very good performance in the last series. So I have, again, very, very high hopes. I think if anyone could do it, it is going to be Laliat.
I love a cliche, if anyone can do it.
Ох, помню момент, когда он на Good Game стримил. Я его смотрел, наверное, это был 17-й год.
So I'm going to start off with my good friend Johan Mello. Todd, kick us off. What do you think it's going to be?
I'm sick and tired of people doubting Laliat, so I'm on the bandwagon now that's being created. It's the hype train. He's been playing amazing. I think he might be able to do it. Like, I love the content piece that we saw before we came back live here, where he said that he heard that Happy was pleased with having Laliat as opponent in finals. He pulled a Michael Jordan, or so he was like, and I took that personally, so now it's personal. I think Laliat is going to take it 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say a cliche and then not go with my boy Loliot.
Что, наверное, финал досмотрим до этого.
3-2 as well for Loliot.
I really wanted to go Loliot if both of you guys would have gone happy, but since both of you guys went Loliot, I'll go with what I do think is going to happen, and it's that Happy wins. But I do believe that Loliot is going to push him to the limit. My official prediction is 3-2.
Смотри, 2 голоса за Лавлета.
European champion in 2008. Showed a bit of love to StarCraft, came back to Warcraft, and has been dominating ever since.
Да, я тоже слышал. Писал он даже где-то.
Let's go ahead and see what you guys at home think is going to happen in one of the biggest best of 5 that we have ever seen in Warcraft 3. That is a 77% in favor of Happy. I mean, Johan, we can't really blame the people at home.
Нет, все-таки 77% за Happy.
His actual win rate against Loliot, so perhaps they knew of that and he translated really well. It's going to be interesting to see what game plan Loliot shows up with. Happy is just so good against standards. You might want to mix in a few different things here and there, even though Loliot has had perfect execution so far today. In the recent series that they played, which Loliot won, again with a higher ping, on map number 3, Autumn Leaves, he played with the Demon Hunter first. So we might see a little cameo from the Demon Hunter, but other than that, it should be Keeper into Demon and Dryads and Expansion and just trying to rely on flawless execution. There is no shortcut to victory here. There is no cheese.
Yeah.
There is no, 18 probes, 4 gates like in StarCraft or anything like that.
Yeah,
I think final thoughts?
Yeah, he's been a little bit less pure standard at times, Loliot. I think he'll be more willing to play the one base, and rely on just execution, rely on his micro. So I think Loliot, we'll see how on point he is. He was able to win strategically against Hitman, but I think he has to win mechanically against Happy.
I love it, boys. Well, we are obviously excited. Hopefully you guys at home are as excited as we are. I know 2 other people in the building that are very excited. The biggest Happy fanboy and the biggest Loliot fanboy. Couldn't be any better. The Golden Boys are back to Warcraft. Take it away.
The last dance of the DreamHack ESL circuit. 2 years leading up to this, from Anaheim into the seasons, into the regional finals, and now here we are to crown a new world champion and give away $50,000 for the winner. One best of 5 remains.
The biggest players, the biggest tournament, the biggest prize pool.
Он и челленджи тоже много делает. Мне кажется, это все равно плюс сказывается. Всякие такие нестандартные ситуации получаются, а он уже как бы на опыте. Поэтому его особо вообще не удивишь. Он столько челленджей переиграл, он вообще знает все балансы там, нестандартные. Чё контрить, куда что бежать, где что строить, где чекать.
Side. He's the challenger, aiming for his first Tier 1 title from Korea for the Night Elves is Loliot.
And the bottom left, the man who nobody so far was able to beat, the Dominator, the Emperor, Happy.
Да нет, человек ко всему привыкает.
Not only did he reach this grand final without dropping a single map, no, on this patch, Remo, Happy hasn't dropped a single best of 5. 3 best of 3s, alright, we give him that. One was with Orc, by the way, against Blade. But man, how do you beat perfection?
It is almost impossible to do, as we've seen many times before, but also Loliot was one of the few in the past to be able to do it, oftentimes with his own style, with the Warden that he's so famous for. But here it's no Warden, neither is it a Keeper. We're starting off with a Demon Hunter first for the Korean.
Okay, he's
Happy, по-моему, Зиккурат чуть позже
построил. Moon, and he saw that Keeper isn't working. We talked to him. Keeper isn't working, it's too fragile. Loliot, of course, we have to talk about this. Former teammate of 1-0, the best undead in Asia. And these guys played a million custom games together.
О, 2 удара, все, на койл остался.
Хорошее начало. And then they met each other at the NEXT Grand Final just 2 weeks ago.
Whoa.
And it was a 3-0, 4-1-2-0. Is that a little giveaway for what we have to expect here in the Grand Final?
Как он так сделал?
Don't hope so, and I don't think there's too much reason to believe that. The reason why I have especially trust in Loliot's ability with the Demon Hunter is I, for quite some time, have had the feeling that Loliot's micro in this matchup, Night Elf versus Undead, is the best in the world.
Не задиспойлил, да? Да, не
in many different situations, especially in one base versus one base, Loliot stands out, in my view, above the rest, and he's gonna need that, of course. Happy flawless in almost every single aspect so far that we've seen. Lawlight will
У
have
Happy
to
даже
bring his
ДК
very
по-другому
best.
двигается.
The first task, of course, take one map off of Happy. Nobody was able to achieve that yet. If the series starts that way and unconcealed, that is definitely doable. I can totally see Lawlight picking up pace, gaining momentum, and take the series all with him. 12 of attack, very good start. Mantle for the second hero, probably not
Мантия
too shabby.
бесполезная.
This is what he wants. He needs good items. Todd said it on the cast, and it's not a meme. It's definitely true. You need incredible items to beat this man. Happy, by the way. I wonder how much pressure is on him. Everybody knows he's the one to beat. In the interview, he looked pretty confident, but I wonder now with so much money on the line, does it do anything to him?
Yeah. Is it about the money? Is it about the prestige? Is it about the honor and respect as well? Whoever wins this one is going to be etched into the history books for all time. The biggest prize money, the biggest tournament, and all the respect and admiration that is going to come with it.
Ну, Хэппи же с Муном, например, играл с самого начала агрессивно. Может, потому что там козел был.
Just creeping for the time being, they're taking it slow so far.
Yeah, that might be due to the nerves, right? You don't want to commit too hard in the early game when you're not really warmed up yet, when you don't feel the rhythm too much. Demon Hunter and Boots, Remo. I know you love that one.
Yeah, Demon Hunter is gonna, of course, have that mana burn in the late game to work with super powerful spell, especially against Undead. But it's short range. You need to get to the right position. Undead, of course, always very speedy with an Unholy Aura. For that reason, Boots usually mandatory. Level 3, plus some claws and stuff, and Boots makes the Demon very strong. But we talked about that earlier in the Moon series. It's also map reliant and Concealed Hill. As we can see right now, not so easy for the Night Elf to creep. Demon Hunter still pretty far away from level 3. Happy also not there yet. Flirting for the first time with a bit of aggression, but Lawlight is back at home, ready to defend. That Whisk Scout, by the way, was crucial. Very well done there earlier by Lawlight, seeing where the opponent was. And we still haven't had a kill so far in our first map of the Grand Final.
True, not even the Wisps here. Well done. No. Don't stay 4 out of 5. The Night Elves, recently they've been cursed by this 4 out of 5, and that is the first major mistake of the Grand Final. We have to keep an eye out on that Entangled Gold Mine. When will Lawlight finally fix this?
Very painful. This is 20% income missing at the moment. In the online DreamHack seasons, it's actually happened quite a bit. If you're off on 2 base, all right, it's going to be fixed now. All right, what was that? Like 20 seconds maybe? It was not that much gold, all things considered.
Лол, Хэппи просто так отдал Акалита. Что-то странно.
Difference already compared to Happy series versus Moon. That Acolyte was killed. Happy didn't send it into the creep, so also they're not a perfect play. Maybe it is the nerves getting to them, but man, constant pressure by Happy, constant poking. He's blocking, aiming for that surround, which of course very.
Там Личи, да, будет? Или Нага?
It has no staff, no real way to get out of it, and no detonate here. The first Wisp down to the Demon Hunter under constant threat, and Lawlight is trying to go for Naga as well.
Yeah, I think the Demon Hunter is not strong enough to be able to allow a Panda here. If he goes for a Panda without level 3 Demon, I think Happy can just do too much damage to Naga of his own.
Есть.
Looking for surrounds and kills. But now with the Naga, with the target fire, these ghouls definitely don't have the easiest time. Happy is going to go for the Lich second, probably Naga third later on. And we're cruising towards the mid-game. 1 base only. Almost every Night Elf in the world.
Лич второй. И Т3 пошел.
Beat Happy off of 1 base, but Lawlight has the confidence to try.
Yeah, and in the past he has shown that he can make the impossible work, especially with creep routes. When everybody said, Warden? That hero? Nobody plays it. He brought her
Забирает
and
рудник.
ways to make it.
Ловли это который.
I really like Happy's play here. This constant poking, this constant aggression. It's like, okay, you are not too familiar to Grand Finals with your third one. I'm gonna make this as uncomfortable as possible for you.
Yeah, he was poking, looking for a bit of openings. Maybe he gets the Hunter's All, maybe he gets the surround on the Demon or on the Archer, gets something done early. But
Кольцо регена на ХП. Хорошо. Опа.
Going for the first big play of the game. The red camp creep. Oh, Warlord almost running out.
Что, не выйдет?
Just barely as a surround. Nice movement as well. Look how much he's minimizing the damage that he's taking. He's getting attacked.
О, Трош Таура. Ой, не Трош Таура. Короче, Аура, Реген, Архимага. Что, отменит, нет?
Love this item because it regens the mana, of course, and for Dryads and the heroes, if you have a lot of mana, then you can heal up cheaper. Okay, first ghoul down.
Ошибка. От Happy ошибка.
Might need a little bit more repair. Can detonate if he wants to eliminate that threat of the skeletons.
2 гули на этом потерял.
Happy is trying something and Lolite shuts it down.
Yeah, and you know, this whole tournament has
Неужели Happy тоже волнуется?
So far by Happy. Normally, when he commits for something, when he does the calculations in his head, it always works out. Here, he's off for once.
Так рано делает грейд на атаку.
And that means no
На,
orb
молоток.
for a little while, and that's relevant. This Demon Hunter will only be a threat if he has the orb.
Demon Hunter chasing now, still with the boots on, trying to get the burns in to make this as expansive as possible for Happy.
No way!
3 units around. No way!
Ой, окружили Демон Хантера.
Of greatness by Happy, and all of a sudden Lolite is in trouble, trying to fight out, and he gets out. Lich joins, gets the Nova in, maybe a second chance for this to round. DK trying to get up front, but Lolite is able to fix this situation, gets another mana burnout, and ooh, that was too close to comfort for me.
That Fiend, had it been 2 seconds faster,
А что там? А там большие деньги, нет, призовой?
Again, and force the TP. Look at that reaction, though. And not only does he see the opportunity, he creates that trap in the first place to make a play right there. That is championship level playmaking. But it didn't quite work in the end. Like the lore cancel didn't quite work in the end. That's 3 ghouls going
Уже арба
down.
есть.
Not the end of
Капец.
the world, but we could say a slight lead for Lawlight, moving now towards what is the late game.
Big invo potion in this matchup, very, very helpful. It's a lot about consumables, especially in the late game. And this tournament in general.
Лаврет, кстати, в медведя играет.
I wouldn't be surprised if that would be the late game.
Но эта страта у него самая такая точная.
Double level 3 for Lawlight intensifies the Fog Lightning.
А, первое место 50к зеленых, нормально.
Happy, still waiting for the Ghoul Frenzy for the destroyers. He's not ready.
То, что нормально, это офигенно.
Expansion is being started. Level 3 heroes on the Night Elf side, of course, pretty strong right now. But the Demon Hunter making sure there's no mana.
Не лагай, не лагай, не лагай.
Now on the undead side left, Fog Lightning comes in, lots of damage, pressure on the Fiends right away. And here we see the micro by Lolai that he's so known for. He's going to try to take out as much as he can while saving his units at the same time. Archers will certainly quickly be dying, but the Dryads are nimble. Next Fog Lightning, more kills, more slow. Lolai with a good exchange right here.
That eliminates a big threat for the upcoming expansion. Of course, Happy is getting killed.
Большую инву, неохота его прожимать. Нагу взял.
As a Demon Hunter, the better it is. Naga coming in now, gets a little bit of crowd control. Naga by Lawlight under fire. Now the Demon Hunter as well, but there's still the TP, and he has, of course, the boots, so it should be he should be able to get out. All these ghouls dying.
Ну, плюс-минус равный размен.
Ghoul Frenzy upgrade rather useless.
Yeah.
And makes the expansion a lot safer.
Is it safe though? No, it's
Отменяет экспанд сразу же.
Happy to be able to stay in that fight, the statue and the late Naga securing it. If Lawlight pushes Happy back right there, if Happy's control had been a little bit worse, he would have had the Expo and a big lead. Canceling the expansion certainly costs some resources, but not that much. He gets 75% back. However, now the issue is going to be Lawlight going to be playing dual hero against the late game triple hero.
Здесь уже дестройер. Грейд на ярость. Для вурдалаков есть. Ой, добил, смотри синего.
Nice little mana burn, getting closer to level 4. So Remo, tell me, Naga could be a double-edged sword?
Yeah, could certainly backfire later on, could end up being a liability. However, if Happy has a creep lead, experience lead, normally the undead heroes tend to come out on top. Gets level 4 on the DK, the aura.
А что не сделал это?
Demon Hunter in a weird position, very far forward, needs to be careful. Does have the stab.
Инву?
Potion on the Lich, perhaps slightly mistimed.
Форки-то боялся, да?
Or did he perhaps prevent the Fog Lightning? Maybe there was a Fog Lightning there that I didn't quite see.
Блять.
Because the Naga on the other side had mana. Bear goes down, of course.
Теряет медведя.
Cooldown. That's another big pick-off for Happy. Supply is still pretty damn even. Lawlight now going with expansion attempt number 2 in the top left. That one looks a bit desperate, I almost want to say, because this would be an easy cancel for Happy, but only if he finds it and goes there.
And he doesn't yet. Okay, interesting to see. Ultra Vision coming in as well as the first attack upgrade for Happy.
Probably the best, but
Что там выпало?
ones here. Robo the Magi is good for the Naga, but it's not really the best one right there.
Плюс 6 к интеллекту.
What did he get? Periapt for the Naga on his side, actually really good to make her more tanky. Level 2 on that hero, level 3 almost on the Lich. Happy is starting to get to the late game high hero level territory once again. We have a Creepjack at the fountain. Lawlight does have lots of destroyers. Wow.
Так, хочет моноберн сделать. Здесь пошли иллюзии. Ловлет, наверное, понимает, что там две... Ага, на экспанд пошли. То есть будет...
Happy splitting off the destroyers in different directions.
Включай майнинг.
Some dispels, even has illusions here. This is a scary push by Happy. Wonderfully timed. This expansion hasn't paid off at all yet.
Lolite has to figure out that these are illusions.
Бля, как мне это не нравится, вот это вот дерьмо. И чё, так просто экспанд отдает? Понятно. У Дики есть банка на ману. 4-й уровень, кстати. 10-4-4.
Destroyers flying in, trying to take out the Shredder, but good protection, Lawlight. This is the best position for him. In the main, next to Shop and Moonwells.
Сразу диспелит виндов, понимает, что это иллюзии.
Staff on the Naga, she's very well protected. A little bit of a bottleneck. One bear, two bears could close that door alongside the Demon Hunter, and Happy is backing off. He's okay. This is not gonna work. I don't want to overcommit. This is way too important of a match to do a crucial mistake like this. He doesn't do mistakes, buddy. Wellspring coming, Lolite is getting in important tier 3 upgrades, just a little.
Так, что дальше? Делает грейд на броню. У Лолайта вообще нету грейдов. На Мунвейла делает грейды. Ну потому что там кост много. Все, последняя точка зеленая осталась внизу.
The second armor upgrade for him is about to finish. Fiends and Destroyers about to be at 2-2. That is ridiculously
Непонятная
fast
такая.
for a one-base play at 15 minutes. And that makes this army for the Undead.
Останавливаться. Не, не хочет Хэппи сражаться под Мунвеллами.
Also going fairies over hippos. Happy has no web yet. Which is interesting.
Stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna have to be changed. Now sees the Ancient of Wind, and web should be queued right away. I think he canceled something to start that web.
Waiting for the lumber. It should be there. And he's second.
Смотри, продолжает кост добавлять. Хэппи делает сетку, может быть. А, там переход. Да, не... А, вон пошли первые гипсы. Видит. А, телепортируется. Из одного гипса телепортируется. Только один медведь сдох. Чё-то не помню, почему телепортировался. То, что сетки нету. Еще успел медведя забрать. Но пока у Хэппи все отлично. Отменил экспанд. Разменивается в плюс. Герои лучше в среднем. Всех по инвулу. Кстати, сейчас нет ТП. Ну и у Ильфа тоже нет ТП. Там что-то через центр проходит. Наверное, гипосы. Да, сейчас бы их в сетку поймать было бы хорошо. Ну, давай, поймай. Сетку? Нет? Нет, видит, улетает.
Needs to keep the heroes up, therefore he has an invo potion and the heal potion. Of course, more investments that are not going into upgrades or units. So Happy is pulling away in supply. More Moonwells now for Lolite, also getting ready for 80, but the question is, will Happy let him go there?
Huge army now for Happy, building up little by little. We see this all the time by him, right? Also against Human. He doesn't have the big economy oftentimes, but still always builds the big army. That's because he creeps super efficiently and hardly ever loses anything. He only lost a couple of ghouls this whole game. Disease Cloud coming in, and this is going to make this Undead army basically the perfect mix against Night Elf.
Ой, сейчас если поймают хотя бы одного. Смотри, даже Сауры не догоняют. Великанов добавляет. Грамотно. Закопал. 3 финта как раз. 3 сетки. Вот это ошибка от Лавлиета. Не, Хэппи грамотно сделал. Капец.
Russian undead player, and this might just be now the signal to attack.
Exactly. That was a big loss. And you saw the player cam by Lawlight. Here we go. Burrowed Fiends. When do you ever face that? The player cam of Lawlight, he was leaning back, scratching his head, like, okay, that might have been it for game
Рыбак.
The Demon Hunter here on this map, concealed hell, not easy to make work. Maybe a little bit too hard. Demon, speaking of which, in trouble, gonna be staffed out and saved that way. Lawlight defending in his main.
Посадил магазин вовремя.
Demon has one health potion. No HP boosting items once again.
Ой, как медведь отлетает. Там кост много. Ой-ой-ой, Демон Хантер врубает инвул. Блядь, не лагай, пожалуйста. Минус Демон Хантер, все, это 1-0. ГГ.
And see what he has to say about map 1.
All right, thanks, fellas. So this is a very important part, not necessarily of the game, but of playing Demon Hunter against Undead in general. It's all about preempting the fight. We're going to see right now Lawlight always going in for mana burns with the solo Demon Hunter before he goes for a fight. Because if you're fighting an Undead with full mana, just simply not going to be possible. So right here, we're going to see him go in. He's not going to commit in with the whole army, even though the army's right there. We see him just go in, forces the coil on the creep, gets the mana burn off and gets the last hit. Does a little bit of damage
2,9 миллиона уходит, я
forces
так и
it
не
back.
понял.
But what is he going to do? He's not, of course, going to commit in fully. He's going to go back. He's going to rejuve now, the Demon Hunter. And then what's he going to do again? Of course, not commit the whole army. He's going to go back in, get another mana burn on the Lich, and then he's finally ready to fight. And we saw at the very end of the game, in that last big fight, what was the difference between right now and that fight? Happy had full mana. He nuked the Demon Hunter. It was easy peasy. When you're playing,
Easy peasy. Говорит, easy peasy для Happy.
Getting ready beforehand and not engaging directly with the undead, being fully prepared with a perfect position. And that's going to be something we need to look forward to when there's more Demon Hunter games. And that's it for me.
Только хитрости. Да, я не знаю, хитрости его тоже не возьмешь.
2 maps away from $50,000 in the undisputed world championship. If he wins coming through this playoff bracket, there's no what ifs whatsoever. Focus, Moon, Lawlight, crazy happy.
Yeah, we talked about a lot of other players already this tournament peaking at the right time. Foggy was the talk of the town there as well. But everyone fails at times with the exception of Happy. He's been peaking for the last couple of years, it seems. Can he keep on doing it? We move on to map number 2. The challenger figured out how hard it was. In the bottom right, in the red for South Korea, Lawlight.
Инфи же вообще самый сильный за рандом.
The upper left-hand side in the yellow, wearing the helm of the Dominator. Everywhere he goes, he's happy.
Вот эти вот подлаги в настройках можно поставить дополнительно. Мини-проигрыватель. Качество.
That's a silver lining, perhaps something he has to look towards. You know, keep your spirits up, take it one map at a time.
Типа с большой задержкой, чтобы не лагало. По-моему, нет.
Indeed win, was able to do that in the past in the most amazing fashion with Warden back then. But again, it's not going to be the Warden, neither is it going to be Keeper. Seems like Lawlight is convinced Demon Hunter works best. We see him here again.
Happy taking the lead, Happy picking up momentum, but Lawlight not.
Не знаю, что сейчас будет делать Lawlight.
Demon Hunter on Tidehunters. Interesting choice. Of course, we have to take a look at the creep routes. How fast can he progress? Can he expand this time?
Yeah, that fast level 3 absolutely gonna be crucial, but Happy's movement earlier against Moon was really amazing. He got the level 2, picked up some items, but then realized, alright, you don't have a tangle to control me, no treants to threaten me further, so there was always an option, a window to find that expansion cancel for a long time, of course. Later on in Tier 2, Moon was able to get that expansion running, but it was too late to really win the game for him. And I think Happy knows exactly what is gonna have to be done this time around if Lawlight tries to expand as well. But will he do that? Perhaps not, at least not that fast.
First blood on map 2 goes to Lawlight. takes out the Acolyte. Again, not denied, so it's a little bit of a jump start when no steals here.
Перчатки, неплохо.
Nice little damage boost for the Korean. And Happy continuing to creep up as well. Not too much damage, not too many.
Этот моряк еще сплэшем херачит. Неприятно, когда с ментами бежишь. Крепить им хоп-хоп. Как с разворота даст по всем.
Very nice creeping by Lawlight.
Зеркальные артефакты выбиваются.
He is the king of creeping for the Night Elves. Pulls out the camp. That way, the creeps will not be casting their spells and gets 2 nice finds here for the Demon Hunter right away in level 2. Gloves and Circlet, very good. It's a good thing about creeping these camps with the Demon Hunter. Whatever you find, it's good. Of course, Circlet and Claws, always good. Also, gloves are good, and even the ring is good.
Lolai trying to get a detonate off against the Skellies, but not too much targets there.
Двух, по-моему, да, взорвал.
Here we go. Demon Hunter comes in, mana burn immediately, can't get the last hit then. Coil on the Ghoul, and here come the scary surround attempt by Happy. Lolai has to be quick on his feet to dodge every single one of them.
Absolutely, needs to be staring at his Demon Hunter right here. He has amazing Demon Hunter control, but he cannot slip 1 second, especially now. Before he has boots, this is very scary. Once he has boots, he can be a bit more daring. Can't get the last hit there, and just for a second he stopped moving. Can he get out? The archers are here. Now he can fire back actually against these ghouls, looking for his own kill. But of course Happy, quick on the reaction, pulls that one back, saves it, looking for the next surround. It's a delicate dance here between ghouls and archers. Both can die very easily.
Yeah, that feels
Как он гулями контролит, это просто божественно.
Ready for detonate against skeletons. The archers are ready to deal with the ghouls, and Happy is taking heavy damage, but of course not losing units in this early game.
Я бы уже там бы проиграл, мне кажется, на этом моменте.
Might need the hunter stall very, very soon, except he wants to go air.
Yeah, definitely first.
Интернет.
And now with the boots, he can be a bit more daring.
Happy's got them as well.
Counter boots. Ooh. And shows them very early. Normally boots means Naga second.
Это значит Нага будет. Раз он купил ботинки.
Okay, what's the counterplay then? What does it change in the momentum of the undead player when you're not going for the lich but a faster hero?
Yeah, the Naga coming from the tavern comes out right away. You can look to be
Ильфа будет побыстрее,
Archer's extremely strong. And of course, you're also going to spawn in the middle of the map. Might be a problem later.
Третий, конечно же, хочется.
Nova, but in the mid game, very, very powerful. The Night Elf against that ideally would love to be level 3 Demon Hunter. If you get level 3 Demon to have the level 2 mana burn, you can chase that enemy Naga around very well. So I think priority now for the Light should be just creep as heavily as you can right now.
Нет, там просветка есть.
Well, as heavily as you can or as heavily as you're allowed to, because Happy is moving forward. Can't catch a single ghoul. It's a scary early mid-game army, of course. And Happy, hesitant with the surrounds here, knows the archers are close, knows the Demon Hunter has a lot of armor, so not that easy to take him down or to force the TP. That's another surround. Can he break out once again? Ooh, the hitbox? Yes, it's working, and the Wisp is coming in at the right time too. Is he going for a counter surround here? It's nighttime. He could hide these archers.
Great movement by Lawlight. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but a deny on the archer. He was able to get that ghoul because the Demon Hunter was attacking the ghoul and blocking it at the same time. Really hard to do, but Lawlight again, we say it time and time. Very, very good in the micro department. But now the demon has to run away.
О, просветка есть. А, он не знает.
Happy didn't realize that there's Archer standing there. If he did, that dust could have gotten a triple kill.
Exactly. He had it ready, and he went,
Или догадывается.
Whoa, hey, we are switching things up. Lawlight is inviting to a barbecue for ghouls. That is good AoE damage, of course, good creep speed. Moving away from the Naga. Here's the dust. Also decides to go for the breath early on. No fast creeping, no early crowd control with the Drunken Haze like Moon did earlier. Demon Hunter is back to the party.
Yeah, very similar strategy to Moon indeed. Even without a level 3 demon to back him up, the Panda is going to be chosen. I guess the idea here being he's going to try to expand and then mass dry it up, and with that you need a strong second hero. Couple of archers went down, but they will be replaced soon by the Dryads.
Expansion almost finished. Of course, has to move over, has to enter. Dryads are coming too. Nature's Blessing upgrade. Maybe a little late. This tree will be very slow. Happy on the way to tier 3. There might still be time for Lawlight to make this work. Was there a lot of ghoul kills? Not really, right? The Panda didn't get one. The Demon Hunter 2.7. And this is scary now. One of the biggest spots on the map, and Happy is right there.
And of course, it's exactly what you want to do against the Panda second, and if there's no Demon Hunter 3, then you want to be hyper-aggressive like we're seeing here. If the Shredder goes down, that's very expensive. It would be a big problem. The Archer's certainly going to fall, but the Shredder should be surviving. Lorelei trying to force that TP. Just wants to have Happy out of his face.
Же могла панда
Still has a
дыхнуть,
bit
нет?
of health to work with the Demon Hunter chasing and not having that level 2 burn. Such a big problem.
Ой, мы наберем дыхание.
Hectic,
Нет?
stressful game. Demon Hunter still chasing level
Whoa.
3. Excellent. Gets another mana burn off. Big question, did the Shredder survive? The ghouls were chasing him. Super stressful moments. One Fiend in the ghoul. Not true, man. Eliza 27 supply. That's literally nothing.
Yeah, Happy, by the way, here with a big play. Pulls in the 4 ghouls from the main to keep pressure on the creeping. That destroyed the Ancient of War. Oh my god, did the Shredder also fall?
Yep. He was chasing it while the heroes were battling each other. The ghouls were chasing after the Shredder and killed him eventually. That hurts. That hurts big.
Shredder and Ancient of War. Normally you want to have the Shredder because you need a lot of lumber for Dryads, and also you can put the Shredder on lumber and you can bring the Wisps over from the main. So that's also going to cost more gold, having lost that Shredder now. Happy, again, realizing exactly how aggressive he has to be. In this matchup, it's unbelievable. He always knows the perfect play to go for.
All the grand finals versus Foggy leading up to this. Happy is making strides towards his second World Championship after WGL Summer 2019. And Lawlight, he must be... Is this Groundhog Day? I've been in a grand final against Undead and things are looking pretty similar. He needs a big play now.
Demon Hunter с пандой крепится.
Yeah, he needs some good items, especially that level up on the Panda. He needs some more DPS. Happy is about to upgrade heavily in terms of army power. Lich coming in, Orb, Frenzy, Destroyer form. All the things he needs. And very likely with that, he's going to be pushing across the map. Lawlight looking far from ready for that.
Yeah, only a couple of Dryads. Expo didn't start mining. Goes for more Wisps. Supply count is really not that high. More items being sold. Gets the slippers for that little bit of extra damage boost. But Happy is taking time. Full Frenzy ready, waiting for the Destroyer push. The clock is ticking. Lawlight needs to do something here. Can he distract somehow? He's also not in a position for that, right?
Not really. Happy getting a good item here. Flute of Accuracy from the lab. Lawlight also badly needs an Invul Potion. Yeah. If he doesn't have one, heading into the fight, he's going to get Coil Nova'd right away and either has to back up and run away with the hero instantly or TP out. Of course, and that's the big problem. Because of this creep track, he also needs to creep. He needs a Panda level 3 and an Invul Potion, but he can only get one of them. And now he's going to be stuck without Invul and perhaps even stuck without level 3.
Здрасте, я пришел. От лимита. Таргет. Свиток есть? Свиток есть, отлично. Она говорит, у Наги было 2 перчатки. Он сейчас просто дерево съест.
What can he bring to the table? Is he just giving it up like on Concealed Hill, or is there a chance with a level 3 Panda?
I think he has to give it up. Finally, he is now level 3, but it's too late. Happy's timing's raised.
Не, ну это пиздец. У меня слов нет. Пиздец, все сражение пропустил. Копи вроде тащит, а вроде нет. Там и гули, да нет, там 50 лимита. Плохо. А толк? ГГ. Вообще без шансов. 2-0.
Match point for the Emperor. Is he really gonna do this? Perfect play by him once again. Lawlight trying it with a Demon Hunter. It seems a bit experimental though. This Demon Hunter play perhaps not super refined. It took him forever to get level 3. Normally that's your crucial part in the early game. Get that level 3, get the boots.
Он, кстати, курит, нет?
Was he perhaps over-aggressive? Was it perhaps the wrong strategy? Is this the kind of question in his head? Is doubt entering his mind? This would not be the right time for it.
Looks like it, but he has some other tricks up his sleeve. We know he can play more strategies. Here we go. Surround by Happy. Very, very quick, just like on Concealed Hill. takes the Demon Hunter out, slows him down. It feels like at every step
Пошел, ну
of the
там,
game he knows
занюхнул.
how to buy the time he
Не, ну бля, я не...
needs for this
Вот как это смотреть?
ultra strong, razor sharp tier 3 timing.
Yeah, every bit of movement, every creep route, everything seems to be lining up perfectly for Happy. He and Foggy, having played so much against each other over the years, have gotten so good at that matchup. Lawlight himself, a master at this. If he gets
Ладно. Что не так,
the
блядь?
late game with strong heroes, I really do still trust in his micro. But of course, Happy's going to be right there on that level with you, at the very highest level of army control. He shows that here once again, but not just that, also the decision making, knowing every time where to go. You know, bringing 4 ghouls in the middle of the game across the map because you know the Panda must be creeping that, and he didn't scout that before. He just knew he had to go there. All right. First 2 maps in the books. Can Lawlight bring it back? We're going to go to a short break, and then we'll find out.
Told you he wins these.
Ты хочешь отомстить верхним жителям за наши страдания, но кого пустишь в расход? На войне победителей нет.
Еще и реклама.
Моя сестра.
Вот и Лавлет и выложился на свои 120%. Что-то не помогло ему. Хороша. Кто там написал 13-0? Угу. По-моему, что-то знакомое, может, видел. Область тьмы. А, все, вспомнил, да. Может, у него тоже такие же таблетки. Ты к этому клонишь? Смотри, он Counter-Strike 179 тысяч человек смотрит.
The DreamHack WC3 Championship is brought to you by Norton Gaming and Coinbase.
Happy is about to write history, one map away from the World Championship without dropping a single map. He's been part of 7 DreamHack competitions thus far. He has won it all. Never have we seen such a dominant player in the history of this game. Of course, there was Moon in the 2007 area. There was a Sky in the 2005 and 6, Infi and TH in the early 2010s. But this is unparalleled. 3 match points for this guy. Will he win this event? Really $50,000 if he wins Northern Isles. In the bottom left-hand side.
Сколько он сказал долларов?
The Emperor, Happy.
Ну ладно, в принципе, я думаю, это последняя игра.
In the top right, in the red, still alive with the chance, is Lawlight.
Northern Isles, Remo. This is the map where
50-ка.
victory of Lawlight
Сейчас еще доллар по 70, почти по 76.
That historic semi-final, I want to say, because it's the only semi-final in ESL Cup that Happy ever lost. This is a keeper, and this might very, very well be a totally different strategy. If he does the same as a couple of weeks ago, then this is going to be mass air and a whole new challenge for Happy.
Yeah, it would be a bit of a return to the old school style. In the keeper days, the mass air style was very popular, and a lot of undeads were struggling against that. Happy was always, especially in comparison, very good against it. It fell out of favor. The Fairy Dragons also were nerfed a little bit a while back, but it can still work. On the right map, with the right strat, with the right timings, it can work. And it does seem Lawlight has to change something up. This Demon Hunter stuff apparently not working against Happy. Now gonna trust in the keeper.
Кипер, не заметил.
I think this could very well, should very well be that mass air style.
Все-таки отказался от Демон Хантера.
On 180 MS. Can he do it on land conditions? Happy is scouting this out. He's okay. New challenge. Has to adapt a little bit. Maybe play this a little more careful, as Entangle can, of course, wreck your units early. But this is also Happy crossing the map.
Вообще, ты прав.
It's probably gonna go for
Я в шоке просто с Happy.
Almost every single game.
Капец, блядь.
DK harassing instantly to slow down the keeper, and the ghouls.
Ну это, грубо говоря, чемпионат мира, да? Тут сильнейшие игроки мира. И просто ни одной карты не отдать. Вот это уровень. Да, мне кажется, он легенда уже больше, чем Мун. Но мне кажется, года 4-5 назад он не на таком уровне был. Не знаю, может это связано с тем, что топовые игроки меньше тренируются сейчас, то что перспектива в Warcraft все меньше и меньше. Не знаю, с чем это связано. Его доминация. Или у него подход более серьезный к игре. Или другие слабину дали. Спорный момент.
Keeper would love to be off to a hot start, get that level 2 right away, and get that level 3 beyond, and then work with the strength of level 2 Entangle. And well, this is looking like
кто мешает развитию Warcraft?
Items, circlet and mantle, exactly what he wants.
Happy once again protecting himself from that keeper harass. Narrow tower in the base, claws for Happy and creeping star.
Слушай, лага все больше и больше, меня это реально напрягает.
Down a little bit. Tech for Lawlight has started, and we still don't see a Hunter Saw, but an expansion, so we're getting closer and closer to a mass air build.
А почему он не подождал немного, не построил экспанд на нормальном месте? Прикупки-то нет.
For Happy, and he got the level 2, but not the super fast creeping that we sometimes see from Happy. He is still very far away from 3.
He has a tele staff to get out of possible entangled surrounds. No big last hit thus far. Lawlight with +5 damage, not too bad. Archer goes to the Russian, I think. skeletons doing nice damage. We're still dancing around each other for that goal remaining.
Здрасте.
Timing is perfect. The keeper's low mana already. The ghouls are coming in, looking for the surround. Keeper evades it just barely. DK super low HP. If this expansion is cancelled, that's a big problem. Happy could easily commit to it.
Все, минус эксп. Ой, лаги какие.
Coming in early once again. Unexpected for Lawlight, I guess. Happy realizing this situation gets the cancel off. This is brutal.
Lawlight already made it a little bit proxy to ensure that the expansion was going to finish. Oh, on the ground. Picks it up, the backpack there coming into play.
Я думал, там скелеты. Капюшон. Так есть же место у...
And then the ghouls come in at the perfect moment to get that crucial cancel. With the keeper, you absolutely cannot to play without an expansion.
Call the boys and do terrific damage. Is this gonna be a 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 grand final day by this tournament that has been giving us so much joy? Keeper level 3. He got that ghoul, but Happy is creating a lot of space with that one skeleton.
Here to finish for Lawlight, second hero of choice can be quite a few different ones for Night of nowadays, and we're going with the Demon Hunter here. Okay. Can be the strongest late game option, but is the hardest to creep. Panda and Alchemist, of course, come out faster from the tavern and also are better at creeping to begin with Acid Bomb or Breath of Fire or Drunken Haze and all that. I wonder how he's going to try to creep this one.
Yeah, that's a good question. We have double engine of wind coming up. He didn't lose too many archers, so the Hippo Rider army will be quite powerful before we go into Fairy Dragons, who are of course unnukable as they are magic immune. Improved bows coming, and Happy starts.
Давай ставки делать. Я думаю, на 12-й минуте игра закончится. Ну, 12, примерно, на 12-13 минут игра закончится.
At the right moment in map 3 in the grand final here on match point for Happy. Oh, that's a cool creep. Oh, look at that. Lawlight, we say time and time again, master of creeping. Pulls out the big creep and then the keeper runs away to give solo experience to the demon. Really cool. Sobi Mask, good for the keeper. Not so much for the demon.
Там что он выбрал? Корни вторые. А, идет этих акритов бить. Странно, хоть что-то его видел, но не побежал. Сейчас как раз тыч на... Ой-ой-ой. Гулю, гулю.
Despite the narrow tower, he's getting blocked, he's getting slowed. Is the Lich in time? No, he's far away. I think as a little summary of the series so far, we can say that Lawlight is doing way better than Focus and Moon. For the first time, we say about a Happy series that it's because of Happy's greatness, not because his opponent is doing any mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Another question is, how is Happy going to adjust? He should have realized by now the Mass Air is going to be the play for the opponent. It's very different from the Dryad strategy. He's going to need Fiends and Web quickly, obviously. And the question is also, is he going to push or not? We have seen from Happy specifically and also other undeads a lot of counter-expanding against this kind of playstyle.
Лавлет подстроился, он пораньше строит гипосов.
Also the question, how does he want to play this Mass Air? You can of course go into fights which then result into minute-long kiting games, or you can try to play it a little lamey, just like
у него же гип. Арчи на этих сидят. Арчи наездницы воздушные.
Become a factor in a fight when you prevent a coil at a perfect time.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially when there's only few fiends out, getting 1 or 2 kills when we're still in no upkeep can make a huge difference. So yeah, one of the win can be absolutely amazing. And so has been the creeping for Lawlight. Look at that, Demon Hunter level 3 already. So hard to manage that on this map specifically, because the Ancient of War creeping in the mid game is really hard to make work. But here Lawlight was able to do
Давай без лагов, давай без лагов.
Demon Hunter, very low HP, basically begging to be Coil Novad.
Yep, there's an Invo Potion. He's not really relying on the fact to dodge that, right? That would be...
У него финдов-то мало.
You can easily fall from the high wire. And there is the harass. And Happy has no web yet. Just
видишь, пошел Зиккурат сразу. 70. О, 60 получается. Сетку нужно делать и еще финдов добавлять. Да, у Лина есть жена, причем у него жена. У нее отец там очень богатый, чуть ли не миллиардер.
Вот.
feels the pain right away off the coil. The Nova also. TP transferred to the Demon. Lolai tried to buy more time, but Happy now forces the opponent back, and this is going to be it. This is going to be the big push. Importantly, the Demon Hunter still has that Invo Potion.
Где Лин? Китай остался.
Happy is not counter-expanding. This will be the all-in push.
And this might be the final moment of DreamHack Warcraft 3. If Happy goes through this successfully, he's the world champion, and he's $50,000 richer. Pendant, greater mana, claws on the lich. This inventory is looking impeccable. Lawlion has a supply lead, but that might be the only advantage he has.
Yeah, he's got decent levels and items as well.
Китайцы дома остались, их родители не отпустили.
This is not the worst position for Lawlion. He's getting the 70 supply. Moonwell as well can produce more now if he wants. Only 2 webs he can work with. Going for the Keeper right away. Has to fall back to the shop, has to go for a potion, and he will. Going for the Lich instantly. We have
Так, фокус по Личу. Спасает койлом.
And that hero focus attempt didn't quite work out. Heal scroll coming in as well. The next one of the wind also. But with these ones of the wind,
смотри.
actually occurring.
Oh man, he needs to burn again. Prevents the coil. Okay, Keeper, how do you save him? He has no
Хэппи
he has no potion anymore.
Я бы не сказал, что прям все хорошо.
Lawlion still with a supply lead. He's chasing so hard. Basically abandons his expansion here a
Хотя...
little bit.
Финдов-то нету, лол.
No web at the moment. Keeper needs to be careful. Far in. Against the coil, nobody could die right away, but there's no mana at the moment on the undead side. The Ghoul still chasing with Frenzy, do a lot of damage, but Lawlion, the air might be able to clean up for him. Taking out the destroyers, one very low HP pulls it back, but important level up now. DK getting
Хэппи даже поменьше чуть-чуть. Финды нужны, финды. По КД просто финдов делает. Прикинь, Хэппи не удалось продавить. А экспанд-то работает.
Yeah, nice defense there by Lawlight. Now he's hoping to be left alone for a while. If you get up to 70, maybe even 80 supply mass air, it becomes very hard for the undead to counter that. If you have a huge fiend army and great micro, that part of course is a given for Happy. You can do it, but the thing is,
А третий герой, смысл от него? А вот панду. Такой себе. Нагу.
And we gotta say in this fight, the big mana potion was consumed already, and that's a big plus taking that item away out of Happy's hands.
Алхимик для ситки? Не знаю.
They also love big items they get from the red spots. Lawlight into 3 heroes. Looking good. This is probably the best attempt he's had all series.
Oh yeah, very, very clearly. That is the case. Flames, the first very bad item for Happy. This is gonna be...
Плащ. Я думаю, он вообще ни к чему не нужен. Так, вот эта игра, смотри, она вроде бы ровная, но время-то работает на лавлиета, потому что он уже 66 лимита построил. Дракончиков добавляет. Грейдов вообще нету. Хэппи в 70 готовится выйти. Хэппи дерева не хватает. Проблема с деревом. Но там вроде добывают гули. Видно. Желтая точка. Да, тут финдов как минимум 5. С одним финдом ты, не знаю. Его зафокусят с корнями и все. Капец, там воздух один, чисто воздух. Как он собирается контрить у него? Подожди, там второй склеп? Там 2 склепа. Сейчас у нас штопает финдов. Во, вышли, смотри. 3, 4, 6 финдов. Ой, разминулись. Там экспанда нет. И плюс иллюзии. Хэппи прям обожает эти иллюзии.
Lawlight has a town portal and might be using it soon because Happy is once again aiming for the throat and aiming for the throne.
A moment ago, I thought the Fiend count was low, but it turns out the Fiends were just parked in the main. Suddenly, we have like 6 real Fiends and illusions.
Да, ТП.
That's 7 Fiends, in fact. And with that, Happy might be able to win this fight. Lawlight TP's into the middle of absolutely everything. More and more illusions. We have 6 charges going for the DK right away. Deathline a bit of trouble.
Ой, не лагай.
Survive with, pulls himself back. Heal scroll first.
Свиток защиты не проюзал. Лол. Контроль, смотри, финдов отводит, хорошо. Ой, минус финт первый. Первый же, 5-й уровень. Третий койл. Можно было... Ой-ой-ой, по лимиту-то на 10 больше ловлета. Койл есть, койл. Теперь нет койла. Не, все. До свидания. Все. 56 на 49. Ну, у Ловлета есть лимит, только я не знаю, где он. Где его? Вот этот вот дракончики? Такое себе. О, он за свитком сбегал. Молодец. Так, у Кипера есть став, если чё. Не.
All the webs now catching, that's so many kills, a ton of experience as well. It's about to get level 5. That Nova would hurt like crazy. This Cloak of Flames actually turning out to be quite good. The Demon Hunter doing most of the damage, almost all of the damage staff. Last second, one more save, but also more kills for Happy. 5 on the Lich, about to be 6 on the DK.
Lawlight, is he running out of steam? He's trying to produce, but he's down to 4D supply, and we talked about it. You need the mass.
Осталось 2 героя, по сути.
Again, a blessing for the undead. Level 6 for Happy, alongside level 5 on the Lich. Is this the last resort? Potion on the Demon Hunter.
Ну, там табуретка, там все отрегенится. Не, это 3-0.
So far, Lawlight is holding on. The second expansion has finished, has entangled. He has 3 bases now.
Оп, поймали.
But where's the damage? It seems to be only the Demon Hunter Lawlight. How can he find these kills? Heal potion on the Demon, trying his best, running in. He's not taking too many
Ловлет делает по одному удару на финда, и Хэппи тут же отводит их, распределяя урон по всей армии. А тележка лечит все эффективно. Смотрите, как равномерно все распределено. Все финды почти одинаково. Пипец. Полного все.
Just more and more fiends, just more and more web. The frost armor is such a nice defensive weapon in the hands. The Demon Hunter always slowed down. And Lawlight also, 500 gold, needs to get more items, needs to spend that extra gold he gets. It seems like Happy is just killing every single unit that's getting produced.
Hasn't lost anything in a while, up at 60 supply, super strong with his Fiend army, 1-0 upgrade only, I guess you can say. For once, a Fiend slips.
Не стал спасать. А, он сожрал. Вообще экспу не дает. Ловлет прям, ну конечно же. Если он сейчас проиграет, то вообще проиграет финал. Ему надо цепляться.
What can Lawlight do? Stemming against the fence. Going for the Hunter's Fall, but these upgrades will last forever. Coil, Nova, or actually just Nova. Level 3 Unholy Aura is
замахивается так.
Oh, Coil, careful! Demon Hunter staffed out 7 HP! Lawlight facing defeat, and Happy one hand at the trophy.
More Wisp getting taken out. If this tree falls, it might be game. There's another one, but simply no army. The Fairy Dragons will
Сразу же диспал моментально. Демон Хантер прибегает зеленый 4 уровня против 6-5. 4-4 на 6-5. Конечно.
Plus the Cloak of Flames, Coil flies defensively, but it's GG! That's it! Happy!
О, Хэппи проявил эмоции, рад. Таблетка помогла.
What if he meets a X-Lord? What if he is on land? The answer is he's simply the greatest and he's simply the best in this very
Поставь,
unbelievable. This man is just unbelievable. There's no shadow of a doubt who's the best player in the world in Warcraft 3. It's Happy.
Absolutely. With what hell of a performance. Actions speak louder than words, and he had all the right actions.
3-0.
No mistakes throughout an entire tournament. Unbelievable what the Russian star was able to do here. And we have him with Todd for our winner's interview.
Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations. Happy flawless throughout the tournament. Are you even surprised this was possible at this point, or did just every game go perfectly according to the plan? Did this go as you planned the whole time?
Круто, спасибо, интернет, тебе большое.
To be honest, certain maps were really close. Like, for example, this one last map, I didn't expect it to win at all. Or, for example, my game against Sok in group stage, I didn't expect to win at all. But I'm very happy that I could have won a tournament without a single map.
I would love to talk about each map individually. So let's start with Conceal Hill. He was playing with Demon Hunter, and at some point you had this great move with the Fiends, catching his air units. And after that, actually, I saw you smile a little bit and even say something out loud. Like, is there any chance you could tell us like what was going through your mind at this point? Did you just know the game was won, or were you just very content with that action?
Well, actually, I didn't say anything. I was just like trying to bait him, and I was like, yeah, I'm happy it worked actually. Yeah, and for other things in this game, I think he lost because he thought he can just set up expansion and hold it, but then he seen I had too big army, he decided to give it away, but it was probably a mistake because his upgrades were 0-0, I think, entire game, and by the time I pushed his expansion, I had 2-1 already, so I could not really lose most likely in the late game.
And then on Tidehunters, it seemed like this creepjack on the lab was big, so is that just a result of how much practice?
Нет, это просто упорный труд, много игр. Стабильно, 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 стабильно играть и все. По-моему, вот сколько он не играет в год дней? Мне кажется, 90% дней в году у него чисто игры. Тренировки, не знаю, микро он может отдельно как-то. Просто игр очень много. Огромнейший опыт.
Do so much damage because actually I was a little bit too greedy because like one more hit and hero would have died. I didn't really wanted to teleport at all. But then yeah, obviously after he lost Shredder, that's a lot of money, and he also lost Ancient Wars, so he could have not proceeded.
Да-да-да, максимум раз в неделю не играет. Может там в воскресенье или в субботу.
And then map 3 Northern Isle, he plays the mass air style, and I don't know if you get necessarily the most practice against this, because usually you're playing Foggy and he's playing the Keeper Demon style with Dryad. So was there any worry, or had you played enough in the past against that style to know exactly everything you need to do? Because you looked flawless, like you just got such high levels, you microed perfectly as you usually do.
Ну он стабильно, наверное, по 5-7 часов играет.
I know how to play against it, it's just not being played often. I would say nowadays, Night Elves, if they go for air, they try to get Panda second and try to do some base trading. Well, in this game, it wasn't really going too well because I think he probably could have had 2 Ancient Wars because he had a lot of archers, so I think I stayed at his natural expansion when he was creeping way too long. I should have backed off and get level 3 Death Knight instead. After that, well, I think his mistake was not to dispel with Wisps because I had so many illusions that was like only my chance. And also, I think his teleport wasn't too good.
Поздравления!
Like he teleported in
Россия
just one place and
топ-1.
everything got wept, and then, well, I just had too much. But actually, I didn't expect to win that game.
Well, it's funny how you end up winning them all anyway. I'm curious, in the past, you were a very strong Warcraft 3 player, then you went to StarCraft 2, and then you came back to Warcraft 3, and now, without the shadow of a doubt, we can say you're the best player in the world. Do you
Так в камеру смотрит.
Or what's the main attribute, or what's your main quality that helps you achieve this? Do you think it's your perseverance? Do you think you're the hardest worker by far? Or did you just perfect your practicing system and with the way you do it? How many hours you play, studying replays and all that?
Well, I'm very consistent player in everything, practice and overall gameplay, but I guess about, like, I'm the hardest working player, I can say for sure on this tournament. Cannot say overall because it will sound not too great, but on this tournament, sure, I will.
So usually I ask you about if you got any plans on what you're gonna do with some of the prize money. Now you win $50,000. I see you're already sporting some pretty cool polo from Fred Perry here. So any plans to maybe buy some new drinks, some new fresh clothes or anything like that? Or you haven't thought about that just yet? You were just focused on the tournament?
I bought one recently, a few months ago, just another color. No, well, actually just gonna put it for the better times because I mean, like for the worst times, because I'm not sure if the better times are coming for Warcraft, so I will certainly need those money for the upcoming future.
Thank you so much, Happy. It's been a pleasure.
Кто-то на голове, эти фейерверки. В кармане тоже. Вау. Ништяк.
Phenomenal stuff. Happy is the best Warcraft 3 player in the world in the year 2021. As we are entering for the absolute last time this week, the Northern Takeover. The year is 2021 and Happy is the best. But you guys have to make sure that your cyber security is in order as well. We're gonna let all of that undead greatness just soak in and rain down upon us like
Ну да, он говорит, то ли куда-то он откладывает. По-моему, в банк. Наши банки, блядь, откладывать вообще невыгодно. Твой капитал растет медленнее, чем даже инфляция. Не знаю, куда он там что откладывает. С годами этих денег уменьшилось, хоть они даже лежат у тебя в кармане.
Could have won some of these games, and he's just showing why he's truly probably one of the greatest players of all time.
Johan, Lolliot played a phenomenal tournament, of course, and he deserves all the love as well. The biggest payday of his career, second place, something he'd be very proud of. He played great. It just wasn't enough in the grand finals against the unstoppable force that is Happy.
Yeah, nobody had enough for him. Like it wasn't even close score-wise. I mean, some of the games were.
Так, ну все, в принципе, поздравляем Хэппи. В принципе, я так и думал, что так получится. Я тоже закругляюсь, ребят. Пожалуйста. Офигеть, 4 часа. Лол. Кстати, тяжко это, сидеть, постоянно разговаривать, комментировать. Это тебе не играть. Мне кажется, играть даже проще. Привыкать тоже надо. Все. Давай, Сань. До завтра. Классные моменты тут. Хитман не оправдал моих надежд, к сожалению. Да, спасибо. Красавчик. Я, говорит, отойду там это. А может, он посоветовался, с кем ты ходил? Ну, ему с Лавлетом, может, даже легче, потому что они с Фоги хорошо общаются, а Фоги, как бы как эльф, может быть, дает какие-то советы. Ну ладно, все, я закругляюсь. Давай, до завтра. Всем пока. ББ. Сань, тебе тоже спасибо, что сидел, смотрел. Все, до завтра.